Hello, 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 and welcome back to the GTD podcast. I'm the Norex. I speak for the podcast, and hello, we are back once again. It appears that this, yes,
are
we are back. It appears that given the recent happenings, this will just become a bi-weekly podcast, seemingly. And I don't mean that I'm making a joke about for the last, I think, 3 uploads, we've somehow managed to take a week break in between each one. So we've accidentally become a bi-weekly podcast currently. Depending on how fate wants it to go, that might continue forward. I don't know. A lot of news gets passed over if it's bi-weekly, though. It's amazing how much news comes. It's amazing how much news comes out in just a week. Yes, I'm here as always with my co-hosts Matthew and Devin.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello. Yep. Sorry, stuff in my throat. Yeah, I guess I'll just jump in. Yeah, we have several things coming from the show. We will be we'll be talking about what we have been doing past weeks, as well as looking at some trailers. We have 5 trailers to go through, because I guess that's just how many I decided to pick. Whoopsie daisy on that. One of them is more of an honorable mention, but it's still there, so then we'll be moving on to I guess we have trailers for Sentry, Thymesia, Trek to Yomi, Loot River, and We're Here Forever that we are going to be looking at. As well, we are going to talk about host topics, possibly, if we have any. Then news, lots of Activision Blizzard news. Another deluge has happened within the last week or so. So, hooray! This is the Activision Blizzard podcast.
It does feel like that sometimes.
Yeah, so much news comes out about them. That's one of the reasons I didn't initially cover it when it all came out originally. Because it's just still massively ongoing. It's ridiculous. Wow. Then shameless self-promotion in the show. So let's just get into it. Matthew, what have you been up to this week? Or 2 weeks?
What have I been up to?
Yes.
Writing.
Hey.
Wow.
Yeah, not very interesting overall. And D&D. A lot of D&D and writing. That's.
I see.
I
don't think I've actually done any video game stuff basically this entire time.
I see.
You can tell how much I play video games.
I can tell.
Devin, on the other hand, has played a lot of video games.
Yeah, totally.
If that's the case, why don't you tell us, Devin?
Well, I booted up Starbound again and then immediately remembered that I don't know what I'm doing and stopped playing it. I also booted up, if you've heard of Magic the Gathering.
Yes, I have heard of Magic the Gathering.
It's the card game I'm currently sorting. Mm-hmm. You may have heard that you can play it online with people.
Tell me more.
And it may just be that there are several ways to play it online. One of which is the official Magic Online client, which is not available for Mac. So I could not play it on my Mac. The second of which is the Epic Game Store launcher arena version, which is a play on your computer, but it's the mobile game because it's as predatory as the predatoriest of mobile games. The average player spends $100 a month on the game, and it's free to play. The average player does not spend, a lot of players don't spend money. So a lot of players spend hundreds of dollars on this game without realizing it.
Yeah.
Um,
That's mobile games for you.
Yep. Oh man, it costs so much money. And so I have absolutely no interest in learning how to play it or starting playing it or anything. And I would like to play Magic Online, but I can't illegal because it's actually not illegal, but I'm not sure if it's 100% legal. We're just going to not worry about it. Alternative called Cockatrice, because there's a bunch of different variations of this, but Cockatrice is the one that most people know about. And it's the most popular one. And it's basically just all of the card images and an apparatus that lets you play them.
I see.
And so the apparatus doesn't actually have any rules. And you can just kind of like take cards and move them around as if they were paper. It's like you're playing paper, but you don't have to buy anything because you can just take image files and word files and they're your cards now.
Yeah,
and
I get you.
Cockatrice has the entire card database, so that you have images for every single card in Magic. It's amazing.
Well, that's cool.
And they have a thriving Discord community to the point where you can sit down, go into chat on the Discord, there's a specific section, ask for players for a game, and within 20 minutes, you'll be able to launch a game with complete strangers with voice chat.
I see.
And I succeeded in doing that, and that counts as a video game, kind of.
I mean, I guess it kind of does.
And I count that as a video game.
I will say, you fairly regularly keep up with Magic, I assume. I mean, you talk. Well, it's not the only thing you talk about, but I assume you keep up with a lot of the happenings in it.
I do keep up with the happenings in Magic.
Yeah. So have you heard of? I don't know if it's specifically a video game. It might be, but the what was it called? Magic the Gathering Streets of New Capenna?
Yeah, that's the new set.
It's the new. Is it the new set?
Yes.
Well, for some reason, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just because, like, they had a trail. They had like a cinematic trailer for the release that they released.
Yep.
But for some reason, it was on. For some reason, it was listed as like. I mean, I don't know. I was vaguely confused by it. That's all. Just because
it was listed as an esports release, or what?
No, it was under a lot of the stuff where I get video game trailers from. So I was vaguely confused when I first saw it, because like, wait, is this a video game? Apparently, you can just
people who play video games.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I consider Magic Arena to be an MMO, in effect. An MMO, and the only type of MMO I would want to play is 2013 World of Warcraft, which is unfortunately, by its very nature, non-existent. So
there's Warcraft Classic.
I want to play 2013 World of Warcraft in the 2013 environment with the same knowledge as everyone had in 2013. Although actually, the actual only MMO I want to play is Lego Universe.
Well, that's technically physically impossible. I don't know how far along the redevelopment of it is, but
I would play that for days. I would play that for years.
I know. It was very good for its time. What?
Speaking of news, someone should get Elon Musk to buy Lego Universe from them so he can release it, which he would never do because it's not particularly financially
I don't even know
viable,
who owns the rights to it anymore.
I don't know.
But like you know about the fan project to bring it back, though, right?
I know about there being a fan project. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how
successful it is.
They have game servers.
Did it work though? Is it? I know they launched a thing you can join, but I don't think there's any mechanics in it.
I haven't checked it out in a while, so I don't know how far along they've got. But I saw that they were last time I checked on it. A lot of the areas were back up.
Yeah, but there's no inventory system. You can't play, and it's taking forever because they don't have the help of the full system or something.
Well,
I want people to work together. What we need is a big media push to get everyone to understand and accept the idea that Lego Universe is an essential part. We can get government funding for Lego Universe. Every person gets their own Lego Universe. It's a human right to be able to play Lego Universe.
Yes, of course. Human right.
We can metaversize the whole Lego. That is actually, by the way, I did actually bring a host topic, by the way. It's connected to that, what I just said. It's not connected to what I just said, but it's vaguely connected to what I just said.
I am very excited to see what that means.
Yeah.
All right. But
So
what?
I'm just trying to think. I haven't really played a lot of video games this week, other than like I played some Minecraft, got my Minecraft recordings in for the channel. I've watched a lot of live streams. There's this group that plays Magic online, and it's not because they play Magic that they're so entertaining. It's just because they're entertaining, and it's fun to listen to people chat wholesomely.
I see.
And so I just sit and do that. For probably 20 hours this week, which is a long time.
That's a very long time. Yeah, that's a day.
I barely. Yeah.
It's a whole day in terms of hours.
Okay, well, it's been a week. I did it over the course of a week.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of it. I haven't done a lot of other stuff, other video games. I'm thinking of checking out some of the video games that I have on from the Steam from the Gift for Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
But I haven't. I should check out those games. They look fun. One of them is like a 60 gigabyte game with like amazing mega graphics, and I want to play it.
I'd imagine so, but computers.
My computer could totally run it. It's just that there might not be storage with the editing software also.
Yeah, you need to get yourself an external hard drive.
Yeah. Or I could clear off my desktop. My desktop is taking up a third of my space because I have this nasty habit of consolidating everything on my desktop into a folder whenever it gets too full. And I've done that several times. So we have a desktopception where you can just like click on folders and go into more folders and more folders. It's like 5 or 6 levels down by now.
That's really bad.
It's not a pretty picture.
That's really bad.
It's the same with my downloads folder, so it's like multiple levels.
That's not good at all. Like I have a bit of a problem, not too dissimilar from yours. It's not that I clear my desktop, but I do store a lot of things on my desktop, specifically all of my video files. So I literally have like near 100 gigabytes of uncompressed video file on my desktop currently.
All right.
Yeah, it's not great.
No.
But you still have plenty of storage.
I'm planning on compressing it once I reach 50 videos. I'm planning on compressing the whole thing and putting it somewhere else.
All right. You could also delete the original file. That's what I do with my Minecraft stuff, is I delete them.
I mean, I guess I could since it's on YouTube, but I'd rather just have it.
Okay. My philosophy is, can I imagine a scenario where I would actually ever use this?
I can.
Okay, never mind then.
I like having backups of things. I've already lost too many things to the void for not having backups. I don't want to happen. I don't want it to happen again.
That much. You could just get a hard drive, put them on. Yeah.
I mean, I have
a
2 terabyte
files instead.
Yeah, I have a 2 terabyte hard drive in my computer at the moment, which is good for a while. But I'd also like to get an external drive to store everything on, just to make sure.
Fair. That's fair.
2 terabyte external drive.
Well, I've gone over what I have done. What I am the guy who doesn't play video games that much.
Yeah, no, the one other thing I wanted to say about Streets of Capenna, or is it Capenna or Sapana? Capenna?
Capenna. It's
Capenna.
definitely not
So
Sapenna.
apparently
based off
there
of
is
the
a website.
Italian.
Apparently there's a website you can play it on, streetsofcapenna.com. Apparently they advertised it that you could just play it there, streetsofcapenna.com.
What?
I don't know. Like in the cinematic trailer they released, they said, "Oh, go play it now at streetsofcapenna.com." they advertised that, which is also why I was very confused about whether it was a video game or not when I first saw it, because they were advertising it as such.
I think they mean you can buy the cards.
I'm just saying, like, the wording they used was play it now. They didn't say get it now. They didn't say buy it now. They said play it now.
I think they mean you can play it on Arena.
Oh, well, it's possible.
That's what they have. Yeah, you go to streetsofcapenna.com, you go to the Wizards site, and you can download Arena or buy it. Because they're not going to say buy now in the trailer. They want to get you to go to the next step, and then they're going to get you to buy it.
Exactly. I'm not saying like it. Obviously, it's probably just it is the Arena thing. I was just bringing it up because that's one of the reasons that made me confused about whether it was a video game or not. Also,
it's a video game.
Well, it is, but I mean to say like a standalone Magic the Gathering video game, because we did bring this up the week before. We were talking about a standalone Magic Gathering video game. So when I saw that, I was like, wait, are they actually doing something? Because it was in my mind. The other thing I want to talk about Streets of Capenna is just it's family, it's like gangsters.
Yeah,
it's like mafia gangsters, very like 20s style, like 1920s style New York or Chicago stuff. And like it seems rather odd, I guess.
It doesn't exactly seem like Magic the Gathering, but it's okay. We're gonna have Fortnite Secret Lair pretty soon. We're gonna have Fortnite Magic cards.
I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff in Magic, so maybe it fits.
We have a Hawkins Lab Magic card, Aaron.
Yeah. I don't know. It looked interesting, I guess, and the voice acting was fine.
Okay, Magic. One thing I can totally say: Magic and Lord of the Rings, League of Legends, Magic and League of Legends really like knock it out of the park with their trailers, which is why I really want Magic to get like maybe give Riot the rights to make a show using their material, because Riot is better at making the trailers, but Magic makes trailers on par. So like they're not as good, but they're still pretty good.
Yeah.
And I want to see a Magic show made on the same level as Arcane. That would be insane.
It would be.
I do not trust Wizards of the Coast to do that, because none of them are. I mean, I guess there are some.
Why don't you? Their writing is super consistent.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a bad track record. I don't trust
what's
them.
happening
as of late. Yeah, they've had a bit of a bad track record. Also, they're continually trying to become their own entity away from Bandai Namco, on top of everything else. Or sorry, not Bandai Namco, fucking Hasbro.
Yeah. Well,
I got my brands mixed up.
Here's the thing: they've actually. I wouldn't say that. I would say they've always been their own entity apart from Hasbro.
Well, I mean specifically, like they are owned by Hasbro. They recently have wanted to gain independence away from Hasbro.
No, they did not. That is a misconception. Fake. Is it? Yeah. So recently, some Magic players who are really famous about 10 years ago, or at least one Magic player, really famous Magic player. I totally forgot his name, but he's
really famous Magic player.
I know, but if you said the name to a Magic player, they would recognize it. To an enfranchised Magic player, and he was trying to. He worked with a hedge fund, and they were talking about splitting off Wizards under the hedge fund. So instead of being owned by Hasbro, they would be owned by this hedge fund. And a lot of Magic players said that's fishy, and also what?
That is very strange.
Like I like Wizards could split off, I guess, but why would they split off? And like if they split, they can't do that without Hasbro, and Hasbro's not going to split them off. And the argument was literally like, yo, Hasbro, Wizards is making like half of the money that Hasbro takes in. How about if you split them off?
Yeah, that seems odd.
And the goal was to get, as far as I'm aware, it was kind of like a propaganda push, where the goal was to get the community to push for it. And it kind of fumbled and stuttered a little bit because a lot of content creators looked into it a little bit more than was wanted, and started asking questions.
Yeah, I mean, the only it
wasn't like a slimy thing. It was just like a suspicious.
Yeah, me personally, I was like, the only reason I know that is just, I mean, it's not like I looked into it at all. It's not something I particularly care about. Who owns Wizard of the Coast is not something I care about that much. So
I care about it.
The only real information I have in regards to is like minor things,
like 15-year-olds.
No.
Minor things.
Yeah, I know. Stupid. I'm aware of what you did.
I've spent too much time on Discord recently.
I see.
No, Discord is so abrasive. It's so abrasive.
Is it?
It's amazing, but it's so like people are not. You don't go there with a thin skin.
Right.
People are super polite and chill, but they're also super abrasive. And if you, there aren't the general niceties of. Yeah, they're not rude though, because rude takes intention.
I see.
Yeah. Anyway, so
rude takes intention.
Well, no, like in order to be rude, you have to. Okay, maybe not rude. Whatever. There's a certain line. I mean, maybe not rudeness, but like being malicious takes.
Yeah, I know. It's very, if you. The saying, you costs nothing to be nice, kind of thing.
Yeah.
The saying of it costs nothing to be nice, wherein if it's like you very much do have to be active if you're trying to be mean.
And if you're not actively being nice, are you just accidentally being mean all the time? It's a weird question.
No.
If you're not actively trying to be what? Well, no. Listen, think about it. If you're not actively trying to help people, you could be causing harm by the help you're not giving them. Okay? It's like the harm principle, where you could accidentally harm someone by saying something or doing something and causing cascading effects, which has been enshrined or used in law a couple of times, the harm principle. Then you could be harming someone by not doing something beneficial. For example, if someone gets into a car wreck and you don't help them, you could be held liable if they die.
That's
because
different.
You didn't help them. So if someone is feeling down and you don't compliment them and then they jump off a building, you could be held liable.
But no, you can't, because
them.
You don't know them. Like,
well, what if you do know them and they say, man, dude, I really wish someone would compliment me right now. And you say, no. And they say, okay, I'm jumping. And you say, okay, good riddance.
That's such a specific, strange scenario. Well, why wouldn't you? Like, it's this is vaguely related to the bystander effect, where it's like, it's easier. It's one of those things where majority of people don't want to be involved, because if you get involved, there's this, weight attached to it. It's kind of like similar, like the bystander effect also extends to like the trolley problem, where like,
if you get involved, then you murdered a person, but if you don't, you didn't murder 4 people.
But you witnessed, you saw it is the thing. You all like, but nobody necessarily knows that.
I talked with Sean about the trolley problem. Legally, at least according to US law, if a trolley problem is happening, what do you think the legally correct solution is?
Flip the trolley over so it hits everyone and kills
No,
everyone.
stop it. Your solution is dumb.
Legally
Breaks the
speaking, I mean, like, if an action,
Then
like,
you're also dead.
if it was physically possible, it's physical. If a problem such as the trolley problem
trolley
were
problem
to
happens.
actually happen,
Yep.
and the only, like, I feel
What
like
is your
legally
legal-
speaking, nobody would necessarily blame you for what you did, or
Well,
blame
what would
you
you
for
do?
the what?
What would you did? That's the question.
What if you did?
What would you did? I said a sentence that doesn't make any sense.
What would I do in a trolley problem?
Well, what would if someone did? Okay, so what? Yeah, what would you do in the trolley problem?
Well, I mean, it's the age-old adage of, like, the few versus the many, the death of a few to save the many, and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you can extend the trolley problem into infinitum to make it more complex. Like, is the one person worth more than the many because they have more to give to society or whatnot? But, like,
Okay,
like,
children
if-
versus 2 children and your cat.
we don't need to extend this, but if if a trolley problem were to occur in front of me and I was the one to be like, pull the lever or whatnot.
Yep.
There's a lot of factors that go into that, because ultimately it's one of those things where if you come upon it, not the right choice per se, but the most common choice would just be to ignore it.
Yep. And that's the legally correct decision. Because if you ignore it and do nothing, then you cannot be held responsible for any deaths.
Yeah.
Which is so stupid.
I mean, yes, but it's also kind of makes sense.
I would pull the lever. It's a very easy decision in my mind.
Well, also the trolley problem can't really happen under the circumstances
No, not really.
of its existence, which is why it's just a philosophical dilemma at most. But
I would pull the lever, and then when I get to heaven, I'd be arguing with God, and I'd be like, "I told you, it's not murder. It's it's legal murder."
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is a little.
Or I'd be
odd.
arguing with the devil and be like, "I'm in the wrong place, dude." It's like, "You're a murderer." No, I'm not, dude. Get out of here. Aaron's gonna be down here soon. Okay, I will be able to hang out.
Yeah, for all the
redhead,
for all the crimes I have committed.
No, just because you're a redhead.
If I'm a redhead, that means I don't go anywhere because I don't have a soul.
No. You're a redhead. Your hair rhymes with fire, looks like fire. So obviously we know where you're going.
Right.
Because as we all know, in the other world, after you die, fire still exists and it just burns forever because it doesn't care about physics anymore.
Exactly. Entropy doesn't exist in the netherworld.
And God also created the hells for no reason to torture people for eternity.
Yeah, God created entropy, therefore he can turn it off whenever he wants to. That's why heaven and hell is forever, because they don't succumb to entropy. Obviously. I don't know how we got here, but
welcome to the religious podcast where we talk about philosophical ideas.
Welcome to the religious podcast where
older than Christianity.
Welcome
that's actually the funny thing. The funny thing is I'm not making fun of Christianity. I'm making fun of the thing even before Christianity, the ancient 5,000-year-old pseudo religions that formed around cult, kind of like cult-like.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, because they were just part of the culture. It's so cool.
What I was gonna say, welcome to the religious podcast where what are you again?
Baha'i.
Baha'i, that's what it is. I couldn't
Baha'i.
remember the word. We're two current Baha'is and
Ah.
a former Christian. Currently, I don't know. Talk about religion.
Currently, I don't know.
and
What's your religion? No, my religion is I don't know.
exactly.
Based.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I'm just hedging my bets. You know.
What's your religion? Well, you see, once I figure out which one's correct, then I will start.
Then I will start. Exactly. But yes.
And then someone's like, wait, doesn't that mean you're just lazy? And it's like, no, I'm not lazy. What are you talking about?
I suppose you could argue it's lazy, but
dude.
it's yeah.
I'm not calling you lazy. I was making fun of myself.
I am aware of that. But I mean, I feel like the just sort of going with the flow is a more common attitude when it comes to religion than most people would think. Because I mean, there probably are a lot of people that like actually claim themselves as atheists and actively disbelieve any existence of God or afterlife. But
I mean, I know for a fact.
I feel like a lot of people, I don't know. Me personally is just like.
But I feel like also a lot of. Oh, sorry.
No, continue.
The sincere atheists that I've met, or that I've listened to online, they're all very like conflict aversion. Most of them are very the ones who are in good faith are conflict avoidancy. So like they don't want religion, they don't want to worry about religion because it can create conflict. And so they're not going to be like, you're wrong, you're because of this, or and they're not going to be like arguing and yelling at people. They're just going to say religion is not a very important thing.
You're right.
Because there's other things that are more important, like treating each other well or blah, 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 blah. And I can get behind the idea of that, but I don't think religion has to be unimportant for us to treat each other well.
Well, there's one aspect of religion that I very much am against, and it's it having anything to do with the legality of anything. it being attached to any laws at all is very much not something I'm cool with.
So what you're saying is you're against the entire Middle East. And
no, I just like, as far as America is concerned, I just don't want the church being able to have us
make laws,
have a hand in making the laws, or making like any kind of what's the term, like being able to put their foot down on anything the state wants to do. You know, I don't want them to have that kind of control.
I don't want ideologies to try to make it like conflate governments and religion, because the government has a specific purpose and use, and it's good at certain things, and religions are good at certain things. And if you try to make governments do what religions are good at, you get nonsense.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, we're not legislate making people good people.
Yeah.
If it was only that easy.
We have, I don't think, I'm not entirely sure what the metric is, but I think a good number of states have been able to separate the church from their legal systems at this point. I honestly don't know, though.
Okay, I was gonna say, I think the church having an influence over legal systems is possible to a certain extent. Well, I mean, in the sense that the people involved in the church have to be able to use their political voice, and if they don't do that,
yes, that, and there's also like there's also like legal constrictions when it comes to like religious beliefs, you know, like, or no, not legal constriction. What was it?
Like it's illegal to be of a certain religion, or like?
No, I mean like.
Okay.
Well, I think I got my words mixed up.
Okay.
I think I just got my words mixed up. But like, yeah, I just don't want, you know, the church or any kind of religion to have the kind of power to like sway any kind of government. That's just, a personal thing. Well, I suppose it's technically more than a personal thing if a lot of people agree with it. But you know,
Hey, I don't want the church controlling the laws. I just want them having an equal amount of influence as to the. I want the laws to be laws, and for people to understand that laws are laws.
Yeah, I mean, they can have as much influence as like other organizations under the law and government, but they shouldn't be able to be a part of it. That goes for large businesses as well.
Oh, Aaron, I don't know if we can agree on that. Large businesses need to have as much power in the government as possible. We need to make sure that CEOs and senators are intermarrying and intercrossing their jobs. So like his son's working at that company for $100,000 a year. We got to make sure that happens.
Yes,
otherwise we have a war between corporations and the government.
Here's an idea. Let's just get rid of Congress, get rid of the Senate, bring back the monarchy.
Listen, what I want. Listen, let's just skip all the bollocks and fast forward right.
Matthew, monarchy is a religious institution. We can't have monarchy without.
Okay, communistic monarchy.
Communistic
dictatorship.
That's physically impossible. You can't mix monarchies with communism. Both of those ideas are parallel to one another.
Aaron, you actually can though. There are people who have. It's called anarcho-communist monarchy. It's an ideology, not a thing that people have actually put into practice.
Well, obviously, because it would fucking fail.
People actually say that they believe that, and they back up their beliefs with words.
Yeah, well, people believe the sky is purple, but that doesn't make them correct.
They do not believe the sky is purple, Aaron.
I guarantee there are some people who believe.
No. That was a perfect opening to say people believe that communism is right and still works. That's what you were supposed to say.
No, thank you.
No, communism. Some people still think that communism still works. Some people still think that the sky is purple.
I'm aware there's a lot of people that think communism still works, because anytime anybody utters the word capitalism, everybody's like, communism.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
I mean, capitalism still works, right? People aren't arguing that capitalism doesn't work. That's why wages are so high and prices are so low, and so many people have jobs, and everyone's happy.
Right, obviously.
I know, it's so easy. Like, right, just look around.
Look at China. Look, can't you see how good of a nation China is? Everybody there is happy.
Under capitalism,
all their citizens are so wealthy and happy, and they are totally great.
They have giant empty cities. Wait, they have giant cities.
I mean, and like all their censorship, that's totally great.
I haven't actually heard about their censorship.
You know, that's the funny thing. Neither have I. Maybe they don't censor anything at all, and it's just a massive conspiracy theory by leftist propaganda.
Maybe there's a giant conspiracy theory that China is censoring stuff.
Yes,
I think that makes sense. I think that's why all these people talk about Chinese censorship. They're all conspiracies.
Yes, that's why Pooh Bear doesn't exist. He's just a made-up thing that the left came up with to blame China for something. Yeah, we have gotten so far off topic. It's not even funny. Yes. Anyway,
short.
Where were we?
I was about to say Chinese censorship. I actually don't know.
Welcome to the political cast.
This is exactly.
Well, I mean, it's not really political.
It's just geopolitical.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I wouldn't even call it that, considering we're just making a bunch of half-assed references and jokes about things.
Welcome to the Reference and Jokes podcast.
Yeah, the reference.
I'm your host, Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy. Come on, man! Don't insult
This is
yourself
the other
like
host. That. What? Jimmy Fallon's fun. Wait, is Jimmy Fallon the funny one? One of them's funny. No, it's the black one that's funny. What's his name? No, what's his name?
I don't know. I don't listen.
He's actually vaguely funny
I
sometimes.
don't listen to nighttime talk shows.
I don't either, but I've seen like a couple of clips and I've heard that he's the funniest one. And I've watched him and I'm like, yeah, he's the funniest one.
I would like to be Conan O'Brien because I already have
You
his
can't be
hair color.
Conan.
I have his hair.
He's not even a late night talk show host anymore.
That's why I want to be him.
He's actually funny.
Exactly. I'd like to be Conan O'Brien and stumble my way through video games on live television. Or I'm not sure if he does that anymore, but he used to do that.
Should bring that back.
Mm-hmm. He was a good sport about the whole thing too. Anyways, what have I done this week? You may be asking. Sorry to put the brakes on this, but I think it's my turn to tell you what.
Yeah, we need to put brakes on this. We're going off the rails. We're going off the trolley rails. We're going off the trolley. We've created our own trolley problem, and it's time to put it to an end. Yep. So what have I been doing this week? You may be thinking in your giant head. I'm not too dissimilar from Matthew and Devin, if you can even remember what they talked about at this point. I was gonna say, like I said, it's been a bit of a slow 2 weeks, I guess, now for me. Oh yes, that is correct. I did a bunch of stuff for like 3 days in a row. I went out, I had lots of fun with my 2 friends here. In regards to Saturday, that's why we didn't have an episode. Yeah, that was this week. It wasn't this week, it was last week. That was last week. Last week, yeah. That the reason we didn't have an episode is because we had like a thing we did. Completely destroyed my body playing basketball. That was fun. you mean you built up muscle? No, I destroyed my body because I didn't wear fucking shoes. I wear flip-flops like a dummy.
Next time you'll wear shoes.
Yes, I will. Yes, I did that, which was fun. And I tried to write something at some point, but then got vaguely frustrated at it. It's not really newsworthy. I was also being very vague. I'm bad at this. Should I come over and help you write something again? I mean, you could. You could come over at all, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Yeah, I kind of forgot everything exists. So I may have. You forgot everything exists. I forgot everything outside of my house exists. How is that physically possible? I like my house. That was the thing. I forgot to say this when I was going over what I did. What you see around me, this bookshelf, this room, which you can't see, but if you could see, you could see it. It's all rearranged and clean, and I have there's a mountain of stuff in the living room that I have to sort through. Still, it can't be as bad as my house. Well, you guys don't have to sort through all the stuff that you have. You just have it, and it sits there. It needs to go.
Kevin's made our living room look somewhat like your living room.
Right. Okay, I can come over to your house and pretend to be a burglar for a little while. Yes, please come take all our stuff.
No, Mom will be so mad at you.
Oh no, I'm not taking it to our house. I'm just taking it somewhere.
Where?
Okay, let me look. Pawn shop in your area. Huh, there's one just down the block.
Yes.
I'll split the profits half 50-50 with you, Aaron, okay? You can pretend that you cleaned everything up. Your mom won't notice that everything's missing. And win-win.
Yeah, she definitely won't notice the whole back room completely empty.
Exactly. You agree with me. Yay.
She definitely won't notice at all.
I can't see sarcasm, so I think you're being serious.
Yeah, that seems like the most unnoticeable
Yeah,
thing ever.
see sarcasm, obviously.
Yep, with my eyes.
Right. I will say the one sort of major thing, I don't believe I played any video games, and if I did, I don't remember because I'm an idiot.
Oh,
I will say the one sort of major thing I did this week is that I went out to a game store, surprise, surprise, and I got some more video games to be in my collection, which is definitely something I need.
I was not expecting that.
Yes, I feel like I need to mention this just because of how strange this is. So I found a game for the PS2, which might I remind you, the original PS2, the PS2 originally came out in the year 2000. This game probably came out in, let's see, where's a copyright year on this thing? Yeah, copyright 2003. So this game came out 3 years after the initial release of the PS2. So pretty early in its infancy as far as the console itself is concerned, since I believe the PS3 came out in 2008, if memory serves me correctly. So the PS2 went for a while. The reason I'm bringing up all of this before I introduce to you what this game is, because it's a game based on a book. And I would like you to briefly guess what book it is, because it's, I guess,
Not Harry
fairly
Potter.
popular.
Is it? It's not Harry Potter.
It's
Percy
an
Jackson.
old. It's much older than Harry Potter.
Robin Hood.
No.
Lead the
What?
Jungle Book.
No. It's I suppose 70s.
Am I close?
The book would have been released in the early 70s or so.
Can you give us a genre?
Fantasy.
Genre. Fantasy. Lord of the Rings.
Close.
Lord of the Dragons. No, that's stupid.
So the reason I say you're close is because it's a video game about the Hobbit.
Oh,
Yes. Oh,
that's actually pretty close.
yeah. So it's a video game that was released in 2003 that's based on the Hobbit book. Keep in mind, the Hobbit is a book that is not as popular or well known as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and had no other media outside of itself, in existence for quite a while. Like, when did the first Hobbit movie come out? 2016, I think.
Probably.
So it's really weird that a game about the Hobbit, of all things, could even be released in the first place. It's also published, I believe, by Sierra, which is just Sierra has a lot of weird games under their belt. They're mainly known for the King's Quest franchise, which was a point-and-click adventure series. But yeah, so, like, when did The Hobbit come out? The Hobbit came out in... Sorry, I just want to check this really quickly. The Hobbit came out in, if my fucking internet would search. All right, well, that's not going to work. Well, I'm glad that my internet's being a little wonky today. So,
Yay. Sarcasm.
I don't know. Don't you think this is kind of weird?
I don't know. It's a 3D game. Oh my gosh.
It's a game that
I
was...
had heard of that.
Yeah, The Hobbit.
I genuinely thought I'd heard of that game, and I thought this was like the cartoon Hobbit game based off of the cartoon Hobbit show or movie or
That's
whatever.
the only thing that The Hobbit had before the movies was the old Ralph Bakshi animated movie for The Hobbit, and that's it.
Yeah. And I thought that game was based off of that.
The only basis that this has for existing is that the Lord of the Rings movies were coming out at the time. You know?
Makes sense. Get a little bit of profit, make a game that no one would have cared about otherwise.
Yeah, it also, like, very much like the Hobbit films, tries to make itself a prequel to the film, prequel to the Lord of the Rings. On the back of the box, it specifically says, you know, well, you know, before the, what did it say again? Flame kindled withered, Bilbo Baggins. Yeah, so it's, yeah, sorry. It literally says on the front of the box, the prelude to the Lord of the Rings. I mean, it technically is, but nothing in that book is remotely setting anything up in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So
One ring.
It was a ring of invisibility. It has nothing to do with the One Ring. Anyways, sorry I went on a mini rant about this strange thing I found. I just am baffled by its existence. The other thing, I guess, is that I finally replaced my copy of Spyro of the Dragon with a working one, which is nice. So I can actually play through that game again. Very nice about that. Yeah, I guess that's about it for me. Yeah, I was planning on playing a demo for a game today, but ran out of time. So, you know, I've just been, I guess, weirdly busy. Anyways, that is all. I had to physically stop myself from saying, but yes, again. That is it for this segment. Moving on to the next one. I am Robot and I can do podcast good.
All right, moving on to the next segment.
Yeah, unless either
I believe it or not, I still can't remember what the next segment is.
It's trailers, obviously. Moving on to trailers. So we have 5 trailers that we're going to look at today. First up is these are a little out of order. Whatever. I don't remember that this is the way I put them in there, but it's whatever. So first up is a trailer for Sentry, an announcement trailer for Sentry. Sorry.
Sentry is a action shooter game that looks like, not Fortnite. What's that game called that looks like Overwatch? Not
TF2.
In which you take what?
TF2.
It looks like Overwatch. In which you play.
What's the game you were thinking about?
Overwatch.
Okay. I don't really.
It looks like a shooter game. Like I said, it looks like Overwatch because you have a gun, and it's not. It actually doesn't look anything like Overwatch. It does look a lot like TF2, although I haven't played TF2, so I don't know what TF2 looks like. But it looks like what I would imagine TF2 to look like.
Right.
And you play as like a soldier guy, and you're like a robot soldier called a Sentry, and you go in and you shoot enemies. And you can set up like towers and like it's like a puzzle game, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sanctum in a way. It's kind of tower defense-esque.
Yeah. And it looks like a decent amount of fun. It actually looks like fun.
Yes, it does. you just
will I play it? Probably not.
Yeah, Devin already sort of described all of it for me, but that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
I will say one.
like
Or continue.
it reminded me of Lego Universe. I was getting Lego Universe flashbacks while watching it.
I see.
Because you can set up towers. And there's only one game that you can set up towers in that I've ever played.
Obviously. Yeah, so this trailer is very early days. It's set to launch for next year sometime. And
Okay.
there is one thing I wanted to say about the game, and that I don't know if it looked weird to you, but the trailer is kind of not quite right. Like, it doesn't quite look like actual gameplay to me. Like, it does, but it also doesn't quite look like how the gameplay will probably look. Like, the movement of the character seems kind of like he was animated in a way. Or, like, there's something about the trailer that doesn't... It's a little too dynamic, I suppose. Like, the environment is a little
I noticed that too.
Yeah, the environment is a little too dynamic. The stuff you're doing is a little too dynamic for what they're probably going to end up having, is the actual case. So, and hey, maybe I'm wrong, but it just looks a little not, it looks a little
fishy.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it. So
that's what you're going for.
Yeah, I suppose fishy is a good way of putting it. Basically, all I'm saying is that, like, hedge any expectations you might have until we actually get a proper gameplay trailer.
The graphics as are don't look too good, but they also don't look too bad.
Well, the graphics are clearly, like, intentional. It's going for this low poly style, or not low poly, but like, well, I guess low poly to a degree.
Aaron, I don't know. I don't think the graphics are intentional. I don't think when they made the game, they made the graphics intentionally.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think these are unintentional graphics.
These are the graphics that happen by accident.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Can't you tell? There's a difference, right? If you've ever looked at intentional graphics versus unintentional graphics, I made a spreadsheet here. I'll send it to you of unintentional graphics versus intentional graphics.
All right, I'm happily awaiting this spreadsheet of yours. But yes, it does kind of have this low poly. It's this sci-fi space. You're fighting aliens, defending.
There we go. There's my spreadsheet.
With sentries. And it is fully co-op as well, so you can play with a friend if you.
Okay, I was hoping.
If you wish to play with a friend, it is fully co-op friendly.
So I didn't send you a spreadsheet. I sent you a video of the spreadsheet.
You sent me a video of a spreadsheet, of a singular spreadsheet with the words Rick Astley.
It's not actually even my spreadsheet. Someone else made the spreadsheet.
In case you're wondering, it was the Rick Astley. Never.
Okay.
Just making sure everybody's clear on that. Yeah, I mean the game. What do you think, Matthew? Have you seen anything about this?
Which one?
Sentry.
I looked at the trailer vaguely.
Good to know.
And what do you think?
Like a game.
It does look like a game. What do you think?
Glad to know that.
I'm glad to know you think the game looks like a game.
There is.
All right.
Yeah, so
Yep, it looks like a game.
Okay.
What was I gonna say?
No,
you made me lose my train of thought. Whatever. Yes, it looks fine. Graphically speaking, it's a sort of low poly it reminds me of a bunch of indie games from like a couple of years ago that had this style. A lot of like flat textures, because like how if in games if there's a texture on something, it's usually just not a flat color. It's usually like a lot of different things going on the texture. Like if like Minecraft, for example, the top of a grass block is not just a green text. It's not like just a green texture. It has a bunch of different pixels going on. But there's a lot of, this is a very like, not low poly per se, but low texture style that I've seen, that I've seen a couple indie games use a couple of years ago, where a lot of the textures are just like flat colors. And there's probably like gradients and stuff on them, but it's a lot of like semi-blocky flat colors and stuff like that. It looks good for what it's going for. It just seems a little too animated, I suppose, for my liking. Smooth, yeah. It just like the way the first person camera moves around and stuff like that, it just seems a little too smooth and very much feels produced.
Okay, you have better eyes than me. I did not.
There's also the fact that when I mentioned that the environment seemed a little too like whatever I said, contextual. Like whenever I see game trailers that do a lot of stuff with the environment, where it's very like in the world, I always raise my eyebrow just a little bit, because there are scenes in the trailer where like the player looks up at the ceiling and shoots an explosive off of this like conveyor belt thing, and it's like, oh, that's just part of the world that you can interact with. Or the final part in the trailer where the player shoots out the window and everything gets sucked out into space. That felt very produced as well. So nothing particularly against this game. It's not like this is a new concept to overproduce your trailers to get a better, audience stuff. It's not a new concept. It's just you got to be a little more careful about what you put your hopes into. Excitement.
Yeah, don't expect the game to look just like this.
Yeah. So it looks interesting, and I look forward to an actual gameplay trailer when that to see what it's actually going to be like. I await that. So anything else to say, or can we move on to the next one?
I don't have anything else to say.
All right. So moving on to the next trailer, for the trailer for Thymesia, I believe is how you pronounce it. This is I suppose you could claim it's like Dark Souls. At least if there's one thing I really dislike about Dark Souls popularity and people comparing things to it, is that we've kind of forgotten what certain games styles were like before that. So it's like, yeah, this is kind of Dark Souls-y, but it also is very much its own thing from the looks of it. It's this intensive fast-paced character action game that character action game hack and slash type thing that is vaguely styled like Souls like or Bloodborne-esque. It's kind of has a bit of a, what's the term, not Lovecraftian, but like Victorian in a way, like Bram Stoker's kind of Victorian, where it's like vampires, big bats, blood pools, stuff like that. And it does look pretty good. Like the action looks pretty fluid from what I've seen. The last bit in the trailer, I believe, shows some kind of big bat boss, which is hard to say. And yeah, it'll be coming to... Oh, if there's one thing that is a little odd about the trailer is that it sort of advertises itself as a next-gen only game, which specifically means that it's only coming out on the next-gen consoles. So PS5, Xbox Series X and S. God, I fucking hate that naming convention. Sorry.
Xbox Series S.
Yeah, there's two versions. There's Xbox Series X and then Xbox Series X or S.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. I understand. I understand that now.
It really annoys me. But yes, it'll be coming to just the next gen consoles, specifically the PS5 and the Xbox Series, as well as the PC and good old games.
Okay.
Or rather, Steam. Yeah, it's coming to PC, but it'll be on Steam and good old games. Yeah. What do you? Before I go into my last little bit about this game, what do you two think about it?
I don't.
It looks fine.
Makes sense.
For all that I have to say about it, I don't have much to say about it. That sounds really dumb. For all that for the fact that I had some thoughts about it, there isn't much interest. I don't have much interest in it. It just looks like a puzzle game with like some neat stuff.
All right.
Concept,
it looks like a puzzle game, ambitious. You say.
What?
It looks like a puzzle game, you say.
Isn't it a puzzle shooter?
No. This is Thymesia.
Oh, we moved to the different game.
I said we aren't talking about Sentry.
Thymesia. That looks like a game that I wish I could play. But I'm not going to. But it looks really cool.
Why? How did you? I said, did you? Would I? Whatever.
I misheard. I don't know. I misheard.
All right, Thymesia is also going to be released August 9th, so it's not that too far. It's not that too far in the future that it will be able to see it in full. There's also a demo of the game that will be available until May 9th, which, 2 more days on that thing. But if you want to play the demo, you can on Steam, which is what I was going to do today, but I didn't have time. So I could have played the game and actually given you more thoughts about it. But, I will, however, play it and report my thoughts next week. So you have that to look forward to. Overborder Studios and Team 17 are the people behind it. Team 17 has been a pretty good publisher for a while. They do a lot of interesting stuff. So I'm not surprised that they've picked something like this up. There is one complaint that I have about the game, at least from the trailer, is that I'm pretty like average and fine for most part on everything else. Like, it looks fine, it looks good. The combat seems pretty fluid. The style it's going for is not necessarily new, but it looks fine for what it's doing. But there is one thing that I dislike, and it's not really a valid complaint. I just personally dislike it when I can see the engine of a game. And when I say that, I mean, like, certain engines have like very noticeable things about them, noticeable quirks about them, and like a lot of games do a good job at like hiding what engine they've been made in. But this game, not too much, or at least to me. I can very much tell that this was made in Unreal Engine. Like, the way everything looks, the kind of very fluid, fast-paced motion, some of the lighting effects and other things, it looks very Unreal Engine, which isn't necessarily bad. It's just I dislike when I can see the engine of a game is all.
What's the point against it?
Yes, as far as my personal opinion is concerned, anyways. I just dislike when I can see the engine of a game. But yeah, and that's about it for Thymesia. I will report if either of you could play the demo.
Nah.
Right. I will play the demo.
Sounds like too much work.
That sounds like work. Gosh.
Playing video games. Who has time to play video?
Not us, apparently.
Emphasis on the word, on the S at the end there, though.
Games.
As in different game.
Multiple.
Yep.
Yes. I will play I will play through the demo and report on my findings next time.
All right.
So
I actually really like Trek to Yomi, which is the next game. Trek to Yomi looks like a blast.
I'm glad you researched. It's a new feeling.
No, it just looks fun. It reminds me of both Seven Samurai. I guess part of it is
actually,
I'm nostalgic for this type of thing. I am nostalgic. And I like the idea of being like a shadowy outline of a swordsman running around doing fighting. And I really, really like sword fighting games where you're on a 2D sword fighter game. But I don't like fighter games because there doesn't feel like there's any story going on. But I like the gameplay of fighter games.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I like
that's
2D
fair.
sword fighter games. But I don't like fighter games. I just like the fighter game mechanics.
Yeah, you like the mechanics of a two-dimensional fighting game, but not necessarily the lack of story.
Yeah, and if I had a Xbox or a PC or any of these devices, I might actually get Trek to Yomi to test it out if I also had the spare cash lying around.
Well, I will say most games, I don't know if a lot of games specifically state if they're coming to Mac or not. Usually if it's coming to PC, it means it's going to be on Steam, which means you might be able to play it. So PC is kind of like a blanket term for games that are coming to personal computers, not necessarily, like the PC system. So if it's coming to Steam, which it definitely is, if it's coming to PC, you will most likely be able to play it.
Okay.
That isn't a guarantee. I don't know.
You just said that I could play it, so I'll be hoping up for this. I'll be all excited. I get to slash people with a sword in a video game. I'm buying a sword pretty soon, by the way.
Why are you buying a sword?
Every man should have a second sword, okay, Aaron?
A second sword?
Yeah. Every man should have a second sword.
What? Why do you have what? I'm very confused.
Matthew, do you want to explain to him what the joke is, or do you not get it either?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I get the joke, but I thought, listen, you're not great with certain things. I thought you were being literal because that's more on brand for you.
No, but I do actually think that every man should have a sword because it'd be cool to have a sword. It's cool to have a sword. And okay, every man who is responsible and not gonna murder people, but most people who are
you just gonna carry around in public just in case you get
no
mugged?
No, to have it and learn how to use it. It's like a responsibility thing. It's like people take care of pets. People can take care of a sword and learn how to use a sword, and it gives them certain amount of strength.
Pets and taking care of swords are very different.
What?
Taking care of pets versus taking care of a sword are very different things.
Both of them can end up killing a living thing accidentally.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, the point is, I want a sword.
The sword does not kill someone,
and they aren't that expensive. And I've always wanted a sword, and it's cool to have a sword. And it's kind of hard to hurt someone with a sword. So I'm not, and you kind of have to be intentionally trying to do that. And I know I'm going to take a class in sword etiquette, learning how to like the proper protocol protocols for it and everything,
Don't point.
how to clean it and take care of it and everything. And I will have, and don't point at people. I'm not going to point at people. It's kind of like, the thing is, I'm not going to say everyone should have a gun, because guns are actually kind of accidentally dangerous. Swords, you really have to be attacking someone with the sword in order to hurt them, or being extremely reckless. And also you have to be able to pick it up. And I don't want to, because that'd be dumb.
Or live in a house with a staircase.
I don't want to live in a staircase. Well, I do want to live in a staircase house, but I don't want to carry my sword up and down stairs.
Want to live in a staircase house?
Staircase house, you love them.
A house
Staircase
of a house of staircases.
That would be a very weird looking house on the exterior.
Every
And what
man's
is this?
dream is to live in a house of staircases and own swords, apparently.
That's a weird way to put it.
I don't think
But
that's
yes.
every man's dream. Might be Devin.
All right.
My dream.
Well, I'm glad you like the game
No,
so
Aaron,
much.
no, it's really weird. I actually do have a dream to live in a house of staircases. That's not the right way to put it exactly, but that is a way that you could put it.
I think you mean just to live in a 2-story house, but like
No, to live in a house where you have to climb around it's like a jungle gym house where you have to climb around to get from room to room.
Why?
all right.
It's the opposite of a disabled accessible house. But that's not why. It's just because I really like climbing around on things.
But make sure, so that you don't decide to get lazy, that there are crocodiles and lakes that are underneath your obstacle.
I'll make sure that there are elevator systems so that people can come. Everyone will be able to come over to
Yeah,
my
in
house.
order to get to the second floor, there's a rock climbing wall you got to climb up.
Yeah.
You get to the second floor, and then after that, in order to get to the kitchen, you got to climb on some rebar on the wall.
And there's a system to get food from the kitchen to the not kitchen without having to climb holding it. Yes, that sounds awesome. We've thought this all out, Aaron.
Your
This is a
house
great
is
idea.
just a combination of like a parkour, like
Yeah, a parkour house.
That
yeah,
sounds
like
extremely
your
expensive.
house is a combination of like Wallace and Gromit weird gadget stuff and parkour.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
That's
I hope
what I want.
I will never come visit you.
Does it actually sound amazing?
It sounds kind of useless in a way.
Aaron, I said there's an elevator system that you can use.
It's like I don't know, man.
Why
Just-
not just add stairs or a ladder?
No, shush. Because then I would use the easy way.
But if there's an elevator system, why would you not use that?
The essential parts of the house are not going to be hard to access. But I like the idea of having like an oversized staircase with blocks that you have to like climb. So they're like each stair step is 2 feet tall. So you don't have to like do dangerous climbing, but you actually have to climb up the stairs in order to get to the second or third floor or whatever.
I would
and so,
also choose to never come visit your house.
well, no, there would be normal entries between different rooms, but it'd be the kind of thing kids would love. Like they get to play in this weird new house, and I get to get exercise while just walking around my house.
I was gonna say, is this just an excuse to try and give yourself vague motivation to exercise? Just put obstacles in front of yourself instead of get motivation to exercise.
Hey, I have motivation to
You have to get
exercise.
motivation to build that house first.
I do also have motivation to build that house. And you guys don't have to visit me. so
Your house is like the Winchester house where it's just staircases to nowhere. It just keeps building and building and building.
Oh, that would be if Minecraft physics applied in real life, then I would totally do that. I would just build this like weird messy.
There's like doors that lead outside to nowhere, like on the second floor, and staircases that are in odd directions.
Yes. This
Just
sounds
gotta
good.
keep building so the ghosts don't get me.
Okay, maybe not that part.
Wait, what train?
We have Minecraft. Just not Minecraft spawn physics, because then we'd all be trapped in purgatory forever.
Right. Anyways, Trek to Yomi. As Devin said, this is just to repeat that, just in case you didn't quite get it. It is a it is a 2D sort of action game where you fight with a where you're a samurai and you go through slicing people down and doing all that good stuff.
Sword. The sword. The
What?
sword. What?
What?
With a sword?
With a sword. What did I say?
With what? With what? What do you use to slice?
A sword, you freaking weirdo. Yes, a sword. You use the sword. This is technically 2.5D because it's 3-dimensional models and 3-dimensional. It's like,
yeah, it's awesome.
It's 3D like stuff, but you're on a 2D plane, so it's technically 2.5D.
If you didn't know from all of the Terraria that I've played, I like 2.5D.
Terraria isn't 2.5D. I mean, there technically is an X-axis in a way because you can put stuff in the background and the foreground, but that's not really. I don't think that really counts to make it a 2.5D. Anyways, but yes. It looks very dynamic, very cool looking.
Oh yeah.
That's a terrible way to describe it. But the one major thing is that it is completely in black and white and is very much in the style and reminded me of like an old black and white samurai film. Devin brought up the Seven Samurai, but I was just thinking, like, generally speaking, it very much reminds me of like old school samurai films.
For example, what samurai film?
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
you brought up Seven Samurai, which would have been the example.
Okay.
Basically, it reminds me, like, it's completely in black and white and very much does remind me of old school samurai films. I didn't
even know there were other old school samurai films other than Seven Samurai. So that.
Well, I mean, what is it called? The something 8, the Western film that's based on the Japanese film.
The Western film.
Well, I mean, like literally
Western samurai film.
I literally mean a Western, like a cowboy film. Western.
Okay.
The Crazy Eight, what's it called? It's based on the. Is it the Seven Samurai?
If it's, okay.
Am I being an idiot?
It's based on the Seven Samurai.
It's like the group of people. It's a group of cowboys, and the original is a group of samurai.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
So, is there any other samurai film? The answer, no. There's
Listen, I haven't. There definitely is. I just haven't watched.
No. Shush! Don't let the Chinese red-haired media distract you.
Get out of here!
Hey, Aaron, no, it's okay. I shill for capitalism. You shill for communism. It's okay.
No, I don't. Get that fucking shit out of here. How dare you, sir? That was the equivalent of a slap to the face.
You can shill for capitalism. How about that?
I don't need to shill for capitalism. It does that itself just fine. Goodness gracious. But yes, Trek to Yomi. You know the game we're talking about.
Yes.
Another thing published by Devolver Digital. God, I couldn't say words. Devolver Digital proving once again that they are a fantastic publisher and pick up quite good games. The story seems to be just swordsman avenging his dying master and protecting his town.
Okay.
Somewhat basic, but that's fine. It looks very good. I didn't say this already, but this is a launch trailer, so the game is already out. So you can go pick it up right now. From your local
Denny's.
From your local Denny's, yeah. Go to a Denny's near you and ask for Trek to Yomi. They'll know what they're talking about. Yes, it's coming to you. It's coming to the PlayStation 5, PS4, PS5, Xbox Series X/S, Xbox One, and PC. God, that was a mouthful. Or has come to those systems. So it is out, and go take a look at it. It looks very cool. Also, I suppose I should say there was a Devolver Digital sale going on yesterday. I don't know if it's ended or not, but you could pick it up for a discount. Ooh. Anyways. But yes, Trek to Yomi. Anything to say, Matthew? I don't even remember if you're here.
No.
Okay, good to know. We have so many things to go through when we've gotten so off track. Yes, Trek to Yomi. It looks good.
I disagree about us getting off track, not about the Trek to Yomi. Yeah, it looks good.
I guess we'll look at this one.
Okay, I was gonna just one last thing on Trek to Yomi. It's not just that the graphics are kind of good and polished, it's that they know what they're doing with the graphics.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't just have like, ooh, cool thing happening on screen. It's like cool thing happening with intention and purpose and meaning behind it.
Yeah, there's good direction.
Like the last, or okay, a few podcasts ago, there was one where it was like this big flashy game that had really good graphics, but you were just like breaking a wall or something. That was the entirety of the game.
A Briss?
A Briss, yeah.
The destroy game.
Yeah, and like while that is a neat idea, there's so much production into you break a wall down, and that's
yes, that is true.
It's not the most like thrilling thing in the universe.
No, you're correct. It is not for most people.
Yeah, but this looked cool.
Yeah, I do agree. It does have good direction in regards to its art style and graphics. They know what
as you were saying.
But yes, moving on to the next trailer. This one will kind of speed through because I vaguely
the worst one.
What, Loot River? This one I kind of put on here as an honorable mention just because I wanted to bring this up because it's a game I had seen before and I thought it had potential, so I wanted to bring it up just because it's out now, so you can look at it. Why don't you tell me why this is the worst one, Devin?
Because it looks like a game that had a smaller budget and people knew what they were doing with it, and it has a really neat concept.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's clearly the worst one. Because the graphics aren't as good.
I see.
And they played public domain music in the background, so obviously they didn't have the budget to make a good game, and we all know that budget is what makes a good game, right? Obviously. So because they didn't have a good budget, they made a bad game. I mean, just look at this puzzle, like the amount of, it's like a puzzle combat game. We already had a puzzle combat game earlier and that one had guns in it. This one just has like a pirate with like a sword or something.
Yeah, it's just you can control the environment however you want, and it's kind of Tetris-like. It's crazy. Yeah, like, it looks terrible.
Who even plays Tetris?
Nobody. Communists.
Tetris, like the most popular game. Yeah, no one plays Tetris.
Communists
play Tetris. That's actually true, though. They invented Tetris.
Well, they didn't invent Tetris per se. It was originally a Russian game designer that made it, and it kind of got plagiarized and then put on the original Game Boy without his perfect consent. And yeah, it's a long story. I don't remember the exact specifics behind it. He did eventually get all the money that he needed out of it, though. So
I mean, no, that sounds like capitalism, honestly.
Good story. It was a happy ending. It doesn't need to be brought up again. It was a happy ending for the original designer eventually.
I'm glad.
Back
the
to
original American designer, right? The original American designer.
Yes, the original American designer, obviously. Yeah, the Russian folk music that we had. That's the theme of Tetris. The Russian folk music. That
the American Russian folk music.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyways, so Loot River. It is. If you couldn't tell through our very thick sarcasm, Loot River is a. It is a top-down. Sorry, something in your throat.
It's like Terraria, but without the building or inventory or tools or monsters or bosses or delving, but flipped sideways so that you're looking. It's like Pokemon, but you're not collecting any Pokemon.
My goodness.
And the graphics are different, and the music are different, and you're a pirate. and you can control the environment.
Yes,
Just like Pokemon.
just like Pokemon. So Loot River is a action
Old Pokemon,
puzzle.
not new Pokemon. Sorry.
Loot River is an action puzzle game where the main gimmick is that you can control the very environment you stand upon. So any and like I said, it is very Tetris-like because the objects you control are kind of Tetris blocks. So whenever you step upon a piece of environment, you can control it to your freedom. Make it go up, down, left, right. You have complete control over it. Which makes the combat very interesting, as it shows in the trailer, because you can kind of just go in and out of attacking somebody by just making the ground beneath you move, which is very cool. It is also, I mean, I don't want to say Soulsy, because it really isn't at all, at least in like, it isn't. Here's the thing. It's a game.
I made comparisons to Pokemon and I was joking. You did not sound like you were joking.
The reason I don't want to say it's Soulsy, because it really isn't Soulsy at all. Like, the only thing that vaguely connects this to Souls is that it has a dodge roll and it is an action game. That is about it. Mechanically, it is incredibly different.
So the samurai game is the Souls.
The reason I
game.
brought up Souls, though, is because this is a game that people bring up when talking about Souls-like games. Or at least, so that's how I originally sort of discovered it. Okay. So I have been following this game for a little bit. So it is, I'm very happy that it's out. It has looked very good for a while. The concept behind it is very cool. Just being able to move land, the environment how you please by just standing on it. I also want to make special mention to just, it's pixelated graphics, but the enemies and your character model are like 3D models that are pixelated. It's very interesting looking. I haven't seen that kind of design in many things. It usually looks kind of crap, but in this it looks good. It's not a common art style to make something 3D but pixelated. Usually it's the opposite. Oh yes, the one thing I wanted to make special message to is just the attention to detail on the art and everything, because there, just to show you the attention to detail is, if there's a body hanging off of a platform, it'll actually get crushed if the platform moves into something else. So you can actually just like crush bodies between platforms, and there's like a really nice looking bit of animation in regards to what it looks like if you pull the platform apart again. Like, there's a lot of attention to detail to like a lot of minor things in this. It's very nice. So yes, this is I haven't really explained what the game is yet, but Loot River is it is a dungeon, it is a action roguelite set in a series of procedurally generated labyrinths. Live requires real-time combat in dark fantasy settings, spatial block shifting. So it is a roguelite. So it's procedurally generated stuff, which, I mean, that's fine for the type of thing it's going for.
That's impressive, actually. They could make a puzzle.
It does mean at the very least that they designed everything. It's not randomly generated, it's procedurally generated. So all of the procedural generation means that
I misunderstood what you said.
Procedural generation means that everything that is generated has already been built, and it's just how it all connects is different. Like Minecraft is randomly generated from a seed. Well, you could technically consider Minecraft procedural generation because there are factors that go into making sure there isn't any impossible geometry that would make you get stuck in places and stuff like that. Like, there are sets of rules for how the generation in Minecraft works, but it is still technically random. Unlike No Man's Sky in its original state, where everything was randomly generated to the point that you could go into a cave. You could go into a cave that would like go up into the sky because it's just randomly generating stuff for you to do So you could go into a cave that somehow like goes up into the sky in this weird impossible geometry, and then just not be able to find your way back out because the game confused itself. That was how No Man's Sky was at launch. So I shan't say that's how it is now, but honestly, I do not care about that game anymore.
Oh,
It is just the first major example of random generation going majorly awry that I could think of. But yes, Loot River, out now. You can go get it on your local Xboxes and Steam. It's actually not on PlayStation at all, so only Microsoft guys get it, and Steam users, which is everybody else. So yeah. Anything to say, Matthew? Okay. Anything else to say, Devin?
No.
All right. Cool. Loot River. I will definitely be picking this up if soonish, if I get the chance, because it's very cool. Moving on to also, I want to point there. Well, whatever. Moving on to not our final.
What do you want to point out?
No, in the Discord, for some reason, one of the trailers I put in didn't load correctly. So, and I forgot about it. So there is an additional trailer after this final one in the Discord, but it didn't load at all.
Yeah,
but there is a link to it at the end of the comment string. But moving on to our next trailer before we get to our final one is We Were Here Forever.
Best one. Best game. Hands down. Best
This one is
game.
best
It looks
one?
like Minecraft. No.
It looks like Minecraft.
It gives me like Moria flashbacks, though. It's so cool.
Mines of Moria?
It looks like Minecraft. It's the best.
Looks like
it's like an underground escape game. That's so cool.
Yeah, it is.
I like underground games. Okay, anything set your game underground, I will love the game if you do a good job of any of the other stuff.
Good to know what you like in games. So We Were Here Forever is a co-op puzzle game set. It claims itself to be an asymmetrical co-op puzzle game. Where you are in this strange underground labyrinth where you need to solve puzzles and figure out the mystery of like where you are and how to escape. And it is, as far as I'm aware, purely co-op, so this is just a with friends kind of game, which isn't bad. There's a lot of games that do that kind of stuff. It also has a bit of a horror vibe to it. It's
just like Minecraft.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't classify this as a horror game, but it is kind of horror themed. And it's
just like Minecraft.
Yes, just like Minecraft.
Minecraft has monsters that continuously appear forever. You're trapped in an existential crisis where you continuously respawn after you die.
Yes, obviously.
The world is at your disposal, but you're completely alone. Except for strange people you cannot communicate with.
Uh-huh. But yeah, it the game looks very nice. I'm interested to see what puzzles there are to actually solve, since it's all co-op based. So, this is another launch trailer for a game. So this game is also out. You can go. Sorry, wait. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Sorry. It is out. You can go get it on all your local consoles, excluding the Switch and Steam. It will also be on the Epic Games Store on May 10th. So if you only use the Epic Games Store, I don't know why, but you get it on May 10th. Yeah, it also has this like very I wouldn't say non-Euclidean geometry, but it's very like what's the word? It definitely has some odd moments of what you're going through. There's also this weird like marionette thing that is following you throughout the thing, which is probably the voice that's talking in the trailer. Don't know what that's about. I guess we'll just have to see. Anything to say, Matthew? Cool. Anything else to say, Devin?
Nope.
All right, you've already made your peace with this game. That's fine. It looks good. If you have a friend, I suggest you play it. So moving on to the final trailer, which is something I forgot about because it failed to load in my fucking thing, is research
and destroy.
Yes, research and destroy. This is another launch trailer.
Welcome to Phineas and Ferb. Aaron thinks this game's the best.
It's not even remotely similar to Phineas and Ferb.
Which game do you think is the best then?
I don't know.
You got to give priorities, man. Use your brain. Think, reason, logic.
This one?
This one? Yeah, I know.
All of the games are the best to you.
No, Aaron. You got to give an actual. This is something I noticed. There's a YouTuber that I follow, and he talks about magic cards. And he used to give pretty decent analysis, like just a few months ago. But then I realized that at least recently, his analysis has basically just been, this card is good. Here is a card that you might like playing with it, maybe, and here's and it's good, and that's it. And then he goes on to the next card and says, this card is good, and that's it.
I haven't been doing that. I haven't been doing that.
No, you haven't. But it made me start thinking about how, like, no, you haven't been doing that. But it made me think about how when I'm critiquing something, I've got to say more than just this is good or bad. I've got to give priorities. I've got to give like specific, tangible things that can be argued with and that can help nail down a position. Because otherwise, I'm just saying vague things. So like, I could say like this game looks almost as good as Minecraft, and then someone could be like, no, that's not true, and I could be like, why? And it's like, well, here's the reasons.
I see. I mean, that's fair.
And I don't obviously I don't have to be like that specific every time. But if I'm trying to say, yes, I gave you good analysis, I want to make sure that the good analysis is actually good analysis and is actually
that makes sense.
Some amount of effort.
Yeah, obviously. But
not saying you didn't do that though.
Well, I mean, like, if you're asking what my favorite trailer is, I like that's something I can't technically like. There are trailers that I gave harsher criticisms towards other ones, but when we're talking, now,
what is your favorite trailer?
Well, it's trailers are trailers. Like, it's harder to pin that down in terms of favoritism. Also, if we're talking about just the games, there's a reason I picked all of these. It's because they all seemed interesting and worth talking about.
But if you had to choose one of them and place it above the rest,
I mean, if we're talking in terms of actual presentation,
game
I mean,
you like the most. If you had to give a gold medal to one of these games, and Matthew, you also have to do this.
I mean, in terms of actual presentation, Research and Destroy does a good job of selling itself because it is a comic. So this will be a good lead in. So Research and Destroy is a comic book-esque, over the shoulder action shooter with also turn-based combat elements, like turn-based tactical combat elements, which confused me a little at first when I saw it, because it looks like you can control all of your actions fully, like with your own controls, but you also have to take turns in what you're doing. So there's like your turn and the enemy's turn, but you seemingly are able to fully control your character movements and attacks. So it's a combination that like I haven't seen before, and like it's not out of the ordinary for a game to be turn-based but also have a like you can control your character. But I've never seen it with like shooters before. And also, even if you can control your character, usually the attacks are like predetermined. So this is very much unique, a unique thing of its kind. It looks very interesting. Also, all the main characters are called Larry, Gary, and Mary. So you know they're good. It's good.
I mean,
But yes, you play as a
curious to
group
meet them
of
for a
super scientists to it's literally what they're called. Super scientists. Yeah, you take control of 3 brilliant super scientists as you research and develop new strange weapons gadgets to destroy the supernatural hordes that have all but crushed humanity. And it like the whole trailer is in this comic book style. It literally goes like panel to panel, and inside of the panels is the gameplay. Also, when it's talking about different sections of the game, it literally like goes to new issues of a comic. So the different sections of the game that it's talking about in the trailer are different issues of a comic book series. So it's a very well put together trailer that sells itself very well in a cool, unique way that I haven't seen before. Strategize and destroy. All of the weapons and things you have are very, what's the term? It looks like you have a wide array of different abilities and weirdnesses and not weirdnesses, fucking crazy weapons. I couldn't think of the word. You can also fully customize all of your characters and make them look as weird as physically possible. But yes, research and destroy it. I need to stop. God, I really need to like catch myself. Also, these supernatural hordes, the game, the supernatural hordes that the game says you're fighting are all like kind of in a way classic horror movie monsters, because there's like mummies, vampires, like skeletons, very like classic kind of ghouls and all that stuff, like very classic monsters for like fantasy and stuff, and it looks very cool. I am very interested to see how the turn-based combat really combines with the action movement based stuff it shows, because it's honestly a very weird combination. I just don't I'm just very unsure of how it'll work. But yeah, let's see. It's coming out on all of your local, it has come out on all of your local consoles and PC, which means, Matthew, you could get it on the Switch and then not play it. Yeah, I don't necessarily have anything with gripes with this. It does a good job of like telling you what the game's about and getting all of the concepts out in a stylish, way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it, I suppose. And yeah, I guess if I were to give one of the trailers a gold medal, it would be this one, just because it's the one that sells itself the best in regards to what it's doing.
It gives me like Lego vibes, like some creative people got together and said, let's do something cool and creative.
Yeah, I can't agree with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to mention. This game also has its hands in a bunch of different pots in regards to DLC costumes that it advertises in the trailer. So it has DLC costumes for like a bunch of other popular media. So like what was it? AI It has costumes for AI, the Somnium Files, Zero Escape, Steins Gate,
Whoa.
and also Danganronpa. So a lot of like really popular, a lot of like kind of popular. It's a bit of a weird that it managed to get that at all. I find that kind of weird, but I mean it's there, so if you buy the DLC, you can dress up as Monokuma from Danganronpa, which I'm sure lots of people would like to do. Or the characters from Steins Gate. But yes. Anything to add, Matthew? Cool. Anything else to say, Devin?
Matthew has to tell us what his favorite game was and why. It shouldn't be too hard.
Just pick at random.
How many trailers are there?
Oh my gosh, right. You didn't watch the trailers.
I did watch
Six,
the
I
trailer.
think.
You did watch the trailers. 6, yeah.
The last one I rolled randomly.
Okay.
All right, cool. Research and destroy. You can go play it in that case and prove to us that you chose correctly.
Not gonna do that.
So I think I have to choose We Were Here Forever just because I like the world so much.
All right.
I like just that kind of game. That if you give me the right style of game, I will love it. And the hook has hooked me.
Mm-hmm.
But the game that I think I would probably enjoy playing like confidently is Trek to Yomi. Just because I've played games like that before and they've been so much fun. And I'm immediately engaged with them.
All right.
Like Hollow Knight, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
Just Hollow Knight with better graphics.
Hollow Knight's 16-bit or pixel graphics were intentional for its design.
I know.
Because it was basically an old school.
I know. Hollow Knight, it's not. I actually like the 8-bit design of Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, but with humans, is the better graphics part.
I see.
Humans are always better than made up things. I'm a humanist.
A humanist. All right then. Whatever you say.
I'm pro-human. I don't know what problems you have with that.
None, I suppose. Right.
I'm also pro-intelligent alien.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yes. So research and destroy. It's out now. Go take a look at it if you wish. And that is the end of trailers. Went on a little longer than I anticipated, but whatever.
Sorry.
So moving on to host topics, if we have any.
While I don't know if it counts as a host topic,
Hey.
while the conversations are going on, I did think of something because of one of them.
And what is that?
Kind of dumb, but what would happen? What would you do if Minecraft physics and mechanics suddenly started applying to real life?
No, go away.
Tell me. What would
It's
happen?
not a host topic. It's a what if.
Still.
No. I mean, I think we should actually, like, I'm quite serious. I think it would be fun to just have an actual podcast where, like, half an hour we just sit and chat about something really stupid, kind of like what Incognito Mode does on his thing, where they just kind of throw jokes around. I think that could be fun.
Oh.
Are we funny though?
Yes, when we're talking about things that aren't games.
Sure. All right, Devin, you said you had a host topic. Why
We're not a
don't you?
gaming podcast.
You said you had a host topic, so let's
I
keep it.
did. So the prelude to this host topic is something that I've been trying to figure out how to phrase for a little while now. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to try to phrase this correctly. But basically, humans have a habit of, when an idea has become very like pervasive in the culture, we enshrine it into law after it's become pervasive in the culture. Laws usually do not work unless there is a push in the culture to create them. And my evidence of this is that we have, like during Prohibition, people did not want to stop drinking. And they did not want drinking to be illegal. There were a small group of people that wanted drinking to be illegal, and the majority of people did not. And aside from the fact that it was kind of not the government's job to be doing that, at least in my opinion, of like what the government's supposed to be doing, it's not supposed to enforce morality, which is why the drug war is also a problem. At least on drugs that like heroin. I can understand heroin because heroin is kind of like alcohol, and I can understand alcohol because alcohol causes harm to other people, right? If you drink, you can cause problems to other people.
And there's a reason legal drinking age is 21.
I know. But the best way to prevent people from getting hurt while drinking is not to cause it to be illegal to drink even when people are still drinking. It's to promote education about how harmful drinking is and how to drink responsibly.
Every family will be given a drunk uncle.
No. Every family will eventually will be given the responsibility to teach their children on how to drink responsibly and to enforce that. And people should enforce it with each other on a person-to-person basis. It's not the government's job to make us responsible for each other.
No, you're correct.
Yeah, and this is one of those things with like hate speech, which is another evidence for this. Is if someone says the N-word, people are going to be upset at that person.
Well, yeah,
it should not be illegal for someone to say the N-word, but they should not be protected from the harm that could be done to them. Well, maybe not the harm that could be done to them, but they should not. There will still be consequences for their actions. We should not say you can like threaten to murder someone and then get away with it because free speech. And similarly, you can't just like walk up to someone and just totally insult them a whole bunch and then get beat up and wonder what happened. We know what happened.
That's a thing.
But
generally speaking, in real life, not in the internet weirdly, but in real life, generally speaking, people adhere to the free speech, but there are consequences for some things you can say, and people understand that and are smart about that. The internet doesn't do that.
No, the internet does not have.
So I have a question.
An entire generation of people are under the impression that the internet is just where you throw your thoughts to the wind. You know? Oh, goody, my internet's being weird. Please.
The law, thus illegal. But there's a bunch of VTubers who said the N-word while if you've seen the clip, it's really funny. It's just a string of Japanese VTubers saying the N-word. Because there's a video game where a character says the N-word and they're just repeating what the characters say because they're learning English. And it's so cute and funny. And no one would have a problem with this. No one has a problem with this. No real people have a problem with it.
They don't even have context for it.
Yeah,
I know.
It doesn't exist in their dialect. They didn't even have a history of slavery. Well, I shouldn't say that. They didn't have a. They don't have that history.
Aaron, look
in regards to the. You know what I meant. And they don't have a history. What's the word I'm looking for? They have a history.
They don't have a history with. Yeah, they don't have.
That for some reason I can't think of the words, and now I've blackened my brain.
Yeah, they don't.
Japan doesn't have a history of slavery.
They probably do. Most places on Earth have a history of slavery.
What?
Colonization. They don't have a history of colonization.
They don't have a history of colonization or the white man's duty or any of this stuff, which the Europeans may have embraced a little bit idiotically not that long ago, and that are scared of, and a lot of people A lot of people overemphasize it, and then a lot of people underemphasize it. But the point is, what's the point? The point is, where was I?
I threw everything.
Words, legal things. That's what it was.
Yes.
So a good example of this, at least for me personally, if I was with a trans person, I would call them by their preferred pronouns.
Yes.
Or by what I visualize, what I see. And that is enforced by culture. The people, and it's being polite. I want to be a polite person.
Yes.
And so if someone was refusing to call someone by their pronouns in a specific thing, that would be a rude thing. But it doesn't need to be illegal, and they don't need to be legally punished, because they're already going to be punished culturally by the people around them being like, dude, that's rude.
Yes.
However, if people in general in the country decide that, you know what, it's super rude to do something like this, to say something like this, to disrespect someone, and because it's disrespectful to disrespect someone, that disrespectfulness should be illegal, and there should be punishments with laws. You can get things like what happened in Canada, where people just continued implementing
Canada is
general opinion into law.
I don't know. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know what happened in the last year or so, but Canada is really blowing itself up from the inside. I don't know what happened, but man.
I mean, to be fair, they've had like the same guy in charge for like how long? Like how many years? 20 years?
I don't know.
Not 30 years.
They've stopped liking their leaders.
Because like it started with the truck protest thing, and then there's a bunch of this other stuff that's going on, and
there's more stuff going on in Canada. What?
I don't know what's happening in Canada, man. It's crazy up in there.
I have not actually paid much attention to Canada recently.
I don't know what happened. But like throughout a lot of my life, Canada has been like, oh, it's the nice next door neighbor that's better than us. I don't like, that's what I've kind of, not been taught, but it's the thing.
That's what happened. They were the nice next door neighbor, and no one thought anything bad could happen. No one ever thought something bad could happen in Germany. The Germans are such nice people.
Well, I'm not saying like obvious, like they're a government. They have a government just like everywhere else in the world. They probably have always had problems. It's just in terms of where I am I live in the Midwest. Like pretty far away from Canada or Canadian anything. And like I don't get a lot of exposure to like Canadian government or what the country is actually like, even though it's on our border, which is ridiculous to me in a way. I mean,
we don't know much about the Mexican government. It's on our border.
I know. I'm just saying. I know. I'm just saying it is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Like things that are literally on our borders, we don't even know that much about.
I mean, I can't even name what states are next to the state we're in. Okay.
I can name one of them.
I think I can name two of them because I have people that live in those states, and I've been across the border to the other state, and I know it. Anyway, the point is, you could enshrine these general public opinions into law, similar to how during women's rights came before it was enshrined in law. People started realizing, I guess, people started believing that realizing that's the right word. People started realizing that men and women were equal, and that women should have the right to be in the workplace, and the right to be divorced, and the right to all these different rights. They should have these basic. They should be allowed to do these things, that happened before. And the right to be educated without discrimination, the right to not be discriminated against simply because they're a woman. These concepts came before the laws, and we implemented them into law. And we implemented them into law, I would argue, because they were commonly held. It would have been kind of hard to implement them into law and keep them as laws.
To be fair, I will say your sentiment does add up, at least in regards to like, it makes sense. Well, God damn it, I lost my thought. I was saying, like, if that's the way some of the laws were formed, it would make sense why certain laws are still in place, even though nobody follows them. It's like, even if it's not a common held opinion anymore, there are laws that are pertain to certain things, even though they don't mean anything or will never be enforced.
And I like,
there's a lot of weird redundant laws that shouldn't exist anymore, but they just do because nobody's taken care of them.
And more important, or not more importantly, but in addition to this, because people will apply laws based off of the general consciousness, I think it comes from, I think the laws are more of at least are often a codification of what people believe and think, which is not particularly useful. And this is because you can have areas where there's a conflict between what people believe and what laws are. And so, for example, there are some areas of the world where the US has tried to enforce its laws. And when we stop enforcing them, things go back to the way they were before. Because we didn't actually educate people. We didn't convince them of our new things. We just said, follow this law or you'll be arrested or you'll be whatever. And so it's not really changing the minds of people. It's just changing what is illegal and legal.
Yeah.
And they aren't the ones changing their laws in those cases. And then as soon as so the reason this is all connected is because I am a little bit worried about the metaverse and people changing their opinions on it over time to being totally accepting with the metaverse having legal authority above the US government or whatever within the metaverse world.
I mean,
and we have precedent for this with companies having more authority than legislative bodies.
Well, I was gonna say, when it comes to any kind of virtual world, especially on large scale, you're going to have this instance at the beginning where, because the government is old and crusty and does things at a slow pace, things will get done in the metaverse that are technically illegal in the real world, but not illegal in this virtual world because the government doesn't do anything yet. So that comes with the nature of any kind of virtual world. When it comes to the metaverse specifically, that thing is going to crash and burn.
Okay.
The metaverse is entirely dependent. The metaverse was essentially created for like cryptocurrency and NFTs. That thing is going to crash and burn as soon as the NFT bubble pops, which is going to happen as soon as all of the rich people that are actually putting money into NFTs realize nobody's buying them. Because it was a stupid thing that shouldn't exist and just destroys the environment.
Okay, forget NFTs and metaverse.
I get what you're saying, though.
Like, virtual worlds having like a different morality, and people in general just agreeing that they have a different morality.
Yeah,
or a different, not morality, legality.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We could also just talk about the metaverse instead, because the metaverse is funny.
It is really funny. It's also hilarious how terribly shit it is, considering there were games that came out literally over 20 years ago that do it way better. Like, Second Life has existed for a really long time and just does everything that the metaverse does so much better. And it's not cryptocurrency laden stupidity.
But that's the whole point. It needs to be cryptocurrency laden stupidity.
Yeah. Like, have you seen screenshots or footage of the metaverse? It's so lifeless and terrible.
I mean,
like, I saw footage of a party.
Have you seen footage of the big cities in the US? They look lifeless.
No, I mean, I saw footage of a party happening in the metaverse.
Okay, that sounds...
And it was so lifeless and terrible. Like, it's because you can't do anything with the character models. I'm pretty sure they still haven't done it. Like, the character models are just emotionless things. You can't emote at all with the character models. So there was just like music playing on a stage, and it was so stupid and awful. Not to mention, I'm fairly certain the metaverse isn't even like, what's the term? Open access, I guess you could say. So like with stuff like Second Life, people can just basically do whatever the hell they want because it's complete open access. They can just do whatever they want within the code as well as just bring in whatever they want. But with metaverse, I'm pretty sure it's just you're locked into whatever they give you.
Okay.
So, you know, it's not great. I will say your concerns about a virtual world does sort of remind me of, so like virtual worlds are good places to hold social experiments in regards to like real world scenarios, because a while back in World of Warcraft, there was essentially a pandemic.
I remember this, yes.
There was a glitch with a specific type of a buff or a status ailment that you got in one of the things or in one of the raids, and there was a glitch where you could take it back out into the regular world, and it was like, you know, contagious, so you could affect, so if you had it, you would affect other players with it, and it wasn't supposed to exist outside of this one thing.
Yep, and it was a high level disease that
yeah, so there was a bug, so you could bring it out into the real world, and there was literally like, it was a very cool little social experiment to see how humans deal with things, because they did take it pretty seriously in terms of the game, because, you know, it was spreading really quickly, and there were also people who would just spread it intentionally. You could also infect NPCs with it, and because NPCs are unkillable, they would just continually have it.
And then spread it.
Yeah, so it's like,
oh my gosh, Aaron, NPCs spread viruses.
Makes sense, they don't vax.
Okay, I don't know.
That's a dumb joke, but yes, the reason I bring up this thing is because I feel like any kind of virtual reality where people can just do stuff in their own regards will kind of play out like that. In, you know, it's like any kind of virtual reality where you are sort of free to do what you want, which is basically any virtual reality that comes out before the government starts putting sanctions on it.
Do you think the government's actually going to put sanctions on virtual reality?
I don't know. I guess it kind of depends. The thing is, a lot of people will argue that it should remain free, just like how the internet is free in its own way.
Is the internet free?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Well, there aren't any government sanctions on the internet as far as I'm aware.
Oh, sanctions on the internet. I get what you. Okay, never mind.
Well, like it's free. It's the internet is a wild west, and people want to keep it that way, and don't want government interference with the internet as a whole, because they don't want it to be controlled by anything.
Okay, I get what
which is fair, considering like you don't really want one entity controlling that much information.
Of course you do.
Yeah, it's worked out so great in the past.
It does.
So like virtual reality will essentially just be, humans are very basic in the grand scheme of things. So it'll probably, any virtual reality that is completely lawless, quote unquote, and you can do whatever you want in it, will eventually form its own society and rules that within the people that play it and use it for things. So, you know, and maybe this will lead to like actual harm being done to the real world, because you can go through the virtual world and do things in the real world, like, you know, go through like some kind of black market in the virtual world or something like that if you wanted to. I don't know if that's, all I'm saying is like, you know, there is possibility for that kind of thing, which, you know, you could argue would be a good idea to put government sanctions on that kind of virtual world, but there's definitely a lot of people that would argue it should remain completely free in its own way. So, but and when it comes to virtual worlds, I think it's basically inevitable that sanctions will be put on it just because of that reason. Like, it's not like the internet where, there are illegal drug deals happening on the internet, but the government doesn't put sanctions on it. It's just people watch for that kind of stuff. And it's not, like illegal stuff happens on the internet, but there aren't people try and watch for it instead of sanction it,
I mean, I'm sure there are FBI agents looking around on the internet for these things.
Well, I mean, Google, I should say, technically speaking, Google has the entire search history of every user it has. Like, they have our search history.
That's true.
So
You just have to somehow search through all of it ethically.
yes.
Or not ethically. Who cares?
Exactly. So it is vaguely inevitable that illegal things will happen in a virtual world, but it at the same time is probably inevitable that sanctions will be put on a virtual world because it's not just the internet.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, that's my personal take on it.
Okay, what about Matthews? What if we do Matthews?
Does Matthew care?
What would happen if we were, and what would you do if Minecraft physics and mechanics suddenly started applying it to real life?
I am curious what your opinions are.
Where do people respawn? Do they respawn next to their bed?
Yes.
The homeless people do.
They respawn where they were born. That's their spawn point. So wherever they were born, it could be on, like, they appear on land where they
no, that's actually how Minecraft spawns work, right?
Covered over.
Yeah. I mean, if there was a building, you'd respawn on top of the building, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'd respawn in a safe location near it.
Yeah.
So you couldn't, like, if you were someone born somehow where the Eiffel Tower is now, you wouldn't be born, you wouldn't respawn on top of it.
You would, yeah.
But then you'd fall and die.
No. You need to go get a bed and sleep in it. And then once you slept in it, you would respawn normally.
Right.
Oh, days would suddenly be long.
No.
Yeah.
No, that mechanic too.
All physics for Minecraft.
So the planet shape.
Planet shape has been. I don't think that's a physics thing with Minecraft.
Matthew, the planet shape of Minecraft is a flat plane.
That's not a physics thing. That's a video game necessity
good.
for infinite world generation.
Okay, how does digging work?
How do you think?
No, that's what I mean. How does it work?
Exactly. You punch it.
That doesn't help.
Tool to make you
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, you put 2 stones on top of a stick.
Exactly. No, yeah. Table.
You put two meter by meter stones on top of a meter stick.
Yeah.
Now you have to have 2 meters of cobblestone.
All right, I'm just gonna. Is that all you wanted to discuss about your host topic, Devin?
Yes.
All right. I do agree. Like, I do understand where your worry comes from. I'm just more, I guess you could say I'm optimistic. I don't know. I feel like I'm not really optimistic. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Usually my hunches about things are correct. I don't know if that makes me well informed or not, but
Your hunches about metaverse.
Well, I mean, as soon as the rich people realize there's no money in it, it's just going to crash and burn because nobody actually wants to use it.
That's the problem that I'm worried about. What if people actually do start wanting to use it and using it? What if non-rich people think, oh, this sounds like a neat idea, and start living in the metaverse, and then crime and punishment are operated and controlled by Zuckerberg and whoever he gets to help operate it. And then in other metaverses, they are owned and operated and governed by these other people who have made their own versions of these things, and they run their own systems in their own countries or pseudo or whatever these things are.
Well, like I said, if it's going to go that far, it's kind of inevitable that government sanctions would be put on something like that.
Is it though?
Yeah, the government works real slow, but if something like that got out, like if it was fully revealed, like, hey, we control what happens in here, and also you can do illegal things in here, people would definitely try and put sanctions on that.
Well, no, it wasn't. My thinking wasn't you can do illegal things in here. My thinking is they have a different legal system than the US. So it's not necessarily that you can do illegal stuff, because the whole thing would be really, really weird. So like you can't buy and sell drugs in this world, but you could virtually have intimate relations with someone, which would be really weird. Or you could I'm trying to think of something that's also vaguely illegal. Or you could have your rights violated, your human rights or whatever,
your virtual rights.
You would have basically, would there be virtual rights, or would the virtual rights include the rights, or would they not? Obviously, you can have your speech suppressed already. So it's a question of these other things too now.
Listen, the people that run these things, they're big, they're powerful, they have lots of money, but goddamn, were they not ready for the stupidity of humans. They don't understand the can of worms they're going to open if they let this thing continue. Like, genuinely, because at that point they would literally need to be operating as a government in a virtual world.
Yeah.
And they could not do that functionally. They would have to shut it down because it would be too damning to their image. It's like, this thing that you're selling and operating is terrible. It's like, we gotta shut it down so the shareholders don't leave us.
I don't know about that.
The only reason Second Life works as well as it does is because it doesn't have any rules attached to it. It doesn't have a governing body that is, like, they're the makers of the game, but they don't necessarily, hold anything accountable to the people that play it.
Okay.
Which is why you can do anything inside of it, Like you can import your own music into it, and you could build your own like stuff, and you could go
import. That's a much better one. Copyright law. This is already something that's been broken. But like you can copy an entire book into a video game and then write it out in a video game that allows you to write books. Like, for example, Minecraft, but I'm sure there are. And you could build a library with copyrighted material in it.
Right.
See,
I mean,
you could actually. This is something they've also done with movies. You can get most movies free in a lot of virtual worlds, and people just don't because they want to do other stuff.
I mean, yeah. You could technically get a lot of movies free on the internet. I choose not to.
Okay.
Most movie sites are sketchy as hell.
Right, but I mean in a non-sketchy way. And in a non-library way, because the library also exists.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I think that's actually a good thing. I just think it's an interesting thing to discuss. I think it's a good thing that you can have massive amounts of illegal, well, maybe not illegal, but like vaguely legal works on an area, because it makes the whole world feel more real. And it's not like people are like profiting off of it.
Yeah.
Evilly.
No.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm of course one of those people who doesn't like copyright law very much.
You don't say.
I wonder why.
It's almost like it's terrible.
It's almost like it's been bent out of existence by Disney changing the law. It's almost as though corporations shouldn't be able to influence the laws.
Yeah, it's honestly really funny. The biggest irony of Disney going so far out of their way to change copyright law to their favor is now it fucks them over.
Really?
It kind of does, because there's a lot of basically basically Mickey Mouse is just going to become part of the public domain, and there is fuck all they can do about it because of the rulings they wanted and implemented.
Okay.
Because it was, I believe the implication is that I believe it's the creator's life plus 70 years. Maybe the original creator's life plus 70 years, and then it goes into public domain.
You think they're going to extend it again?
I mean, I don't know how they could.
Oh, they extended it the first time, didn't they?
Well, man, how long has Mickey Mouse been around? Since I actually don't know. Quite a long time.
Yeah.
Probably over 70 years at this point. Not too much longer than 70 though.
Let's look this up.
Yeah, I believe that's the copyright law that Disney wanted to enforce. So they're.
Oh my gosh, you're right. In 2 years, Mickey Mouse will be in public domain in 2 years.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's because it's coming up, and like I actually don't. There's a lot of copyright law that I'm like up to snuff on, but certain parts of it I'm like a little iffy on. I don't quite, because I know in order to extend, like if you have a copyright on something, in order to make sure you want to keep it, you have to keep using it essentially.
Okay.
Like that's why, like if we return to game companies, that's why certain game companies just like make random stuff so they can keep the licensing for the stuff. Licensing, that's what it is, not copyright, licensing.
Okay.
So there are game companies that have licensing on things, and in order to keep the licensing, they just make games to keep the licensing sometimes. To extend the licensing because they have to keep using it. That's actually why in Doctor Who, the Daleks are in every season, because they have, because if they didn't put at least one, if they didn't include the Daleks in at least every season of Doctor Who, they would lose the licensing and rights to use the Daleks. So that's why they're in every season.
Wait, to use them at all?
Yeah, because the original creator, because they didn't create it. They have the licensing for it, but the original creator, it has the rights to it. Keeps the copyright rights to it.
See, it makes it even more of a mess.
Yeah, well, that's British law. It's slightly different over there.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so I don't actually know if Disney can do anything about keeping Mickey Mouse out of the public domain.
Good.
Because that's like, so haha, take that, Disney. Your stupid copyright laws finally come to bite you in the ass.
I finally, after a long time.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous that it's that long though. Like 70 years after it's like the creator's life plus 70 years. It's ridiculous. Anyways, how did we get on Mickey Mouse? Copyright. Where was I? Oh, copyrighted material. That's right. We were complaining about the copyright laws.
Yes, I think copyrighted material. I think people should be just allowed to mess around with characters and stuff. And I think it should just be like 20 years after creation.
Wasn't that originally what it was?
Life of the creator. I feel like life of the creator is very easy to go with.
What was it? What was it before Disney muddied the waters? I'm pretty sure it was like.
I think it wasn't even life of the creator. I think it had to be extended to that. What was public domain law before Mickey Mouse? It was originally,
because they did this in like the 80s. They did this in like the 70s or 80s, I think.
After hard lobbying with Congress, enacting copyright reform through the Copyright Act of 1976, the revision allowed works to be protected for the author's life plus 50 years.
Okay.
50 years. Or for 75 years for works owned by corporations. This pushed the protection for Mickey Mouse to 2003. Then they extended it to 2023. And it was originally 14 years after the work was published with the option to renew it for another 14 years.
That's not that bad.
No, that's not that bad.
That's not that bad of a law. I wonder why we changed it.
Oh my gosh. Today, copyrights can last well over 100 years. Yeah, I think
yeah, I guess Disney could extend it.
Laws. This is why I don't like laws so much. Or not laws. I love laws, but why I don't like bureaucracies is because they can end up doing things like, all right, let's do this perfectly logical thing of making it really hard to build houses, really hard to adjust the building of houses, really hard to create creative works. And it's just like, really, why are houses so expensive? Why is there a creative glut right now? It's because people can't be creative without being illegal. Like you can get sued for characters that have the likeness or similarities to these things, which is so stupid.
Yeah. Copyright is
there's no reason. There's no reason.
Mm-hmm. There's no reason. Yeah. Yeah, I very much agree. Copyright is a bitch most of the time. And
yeah,
because I guess Disney could extend the copyright for Mickey Mouse, but I don't remember if
what if Disney just calls up some people and is like, hey, their copyright's about to expire. You gotta extend all of copyright a little bit more.
Yeah, because it's it's just ridiculous. I don't know. Disney is a fucking black hole when it comes to creativity at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I shouldn't say black hole because that implies that they, are worth something in the cosmic scale of things. At least black holes have a purpose. They're more like the nothingness void after everything is gone. That's what Disney is like currently. The nothingness void after everything else is gone.
So the Lion King remake.
Yeah, exactly. All right, then. We've gotten slightly off topic, but I think we're done with host topics officially now. I would say so. No. You want to keep talking?
Off topic? What topic could we possibly be off of?
Yeah, we've gone quite a while, so we may not get through all of the news today, but we will try our best. Because some of it's a little heavy. We've already gone through a lot of political rants, but that's fine. So let's just go through this, shall we? Unless either of you have something else to add.
Nope.
Cool. So welcome to the news. Let's get going with our first thing. So this is a bit of a small story, but is fairly important because it involves the game industry and unionization. So the game testers for the game Dragon Age are seeking a unionization. So a group of game testers working for BioWare and its new Dragon Age game are seeking to unionize. The group, which is part of Content Game Service. Sorry. Yeah. So the group themselves are part of the company Keyword Studios. Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry, I did read through all of these. I just fucking forgot something. So their want to unionize is in lieu of Keyword Studios, the group, which is part of a content game service company. So yeah, named Keyword Studios, recently told by the company would need to return office. So yeah, basically the game testers were recently asked to come back to office, working full time, 5 days a week, beginning in May, thanks to Kotaku, and in office working embedded within the developer is one of the services which Keywords offers. Can't speak for shit. And over the years, the company has worked with BioWare and others to offer development support in this way. So yeah, so basically, is there something, did this load incorrectly? Hold on a second. I think my page loaded incorrectly. Why is this happening? Well, that's weird. My page is loading incorrectly. Okay, there we go. So a lot of these articles have like a video in them, and for some reason my page was loading incorrectly and like doubling up the video feed, and it was covering part of the article. I don't know why that was happening. Sorry about that. So speaking to Kotaku, a representative for the staff said his this return to work had sparked calls for the group to unionize, especially as there are differences in how Keywords treats staff compared to with office colleagues employed full-time by BioWare. One such difference is the lack of paid time off if sick or if someone tests positive for COVID. A vote on unionization is now expected early next month. In response, Keywords spokesperson told Kotaku, as this issue is still developing, we are gathering facts and will have a statement as soon as possible. So basically, a group of contracted game testers who were recently basically told, get back full-time at work, want to unionize because they dislike how BioWare and Keywords treats them as contract workers, because they don't give them full company benefits and don't, stuff like that. So they wish to unionize in order to rectify that kind of thing, which is fair. And I feel like this is fairly important news because it just means, hey, more of the gaming industry is realizing maybe we should unionize now that Activision has fucking imploded on itself multiple times over. So I'm happy for them. Maybe it'll go well, maybe it won't. I don't know. I know your opinion on unions. So
what? Unions are fine. They're definitely not going to abuse their power.
Well, I mean, some do, some don't. It's basically just a human fucking activity at this point.
Yeah, whenever a union is born, they flip a coin, and sometimes they come up insane, and sometimes they're completely fine and non-controversial, and no one notices them. Yes. And they're beneficial to the workers.
Exactly. But yes,
sometimes they are not beneficial to the workers.
Yes, sometimes they have bad union leaders that are not good.
Well, here's the funny thing. Sometimes a bunch of people acting with good intentions ends up doing things like raising the wage of their workers to the point where the minimum that you can pay a certain worker is a certain amount. And so the amount of those workers goes down because a bunch of people can't afford them. And so you have, or government can't afford to pay for that many of them because they have to eventually start cost cutting, and it's government unions, not local unions. Smaller
I get that.
Unions can kill companies though, like in Detroit, where if you've heard about the union situation in Detroit a long time ago, it's just one of those things where it's like if unions look at the past and they're careful about it, they can do a good job.
Yeah.
If they are abusive with their power.
I mean, it's not like unions are a new concept, but they're certainly a new concept for the gaming industry, which I've said before.
And they are terrifying for corporations and capitalism. So as a capitalist shill, I have to be scared of unions. So
obviously.
Yes.
Yes.
Fortunately, under communism, you don't have unions because everyone's in the union. Because everyone's poor.
Yes, and a single entity controls everything. We saw how that works out.
Oh, amazingly.
Yes. Remember Stalin? Remember how good of a fucking leader he was?
I remember the genocides, yes.
Well, that's the signifier of a great leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you haven't
people that you thought were bad.
If you haven't committed at least one genocide, how are you going to lead your people?
Yeah, you have to have the death count of people like Stalin in order to be a good leader.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about it. Who are the greatest leaders from world history? All of them committed genocide. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, George Washington. Wait.
Yeah.
That one actually hurts a little bit because I like George Washington, but in a manner of speaking, there was a genocide going on. Although I don't think he was exactly trying to genocide.
Somehow I don't think he was trying.
Well, in that regard, it was very much a strange time for
I don't think
the
it was
US.
I don't think that genocide was a top-down thing. I think that was a kind of a general sentiment. If we had had a different leader, we still would have had a genocide. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we could have had Stalin as a leader, and we still would have had a genocide.
I'm not sure about that one. Stalin was a pretty cold-hearted bastard. I'm not sure things would have gone the same way if Stalin hadn't been in power.
No. What I meant was if we had, we would have had. What I meant was in the U.S. if we had Stalin instead of George Washington.
Yes,
because we would have been genociding our own people around.
Yeah, we would have killed ourselves instead of our enemies, quote unquote enemies.
Which actually, honestly, if you look at like Spain, not that they were as communists, but they were very totalitarian and very repressive of their own people. Spain and Mexico had a very different history with how they handled the Native Americans than America. There was also more time to introduce and stuff, but like the whole Spanish America is very interbred, which is so cool. I love that. It's so cool. Then. It's so cool. It's like, how do you create new species? You take two species of cultures or whatever, and you combine them. And there's like an area in South America, I don't remember which country it is, where they speak 3 different languages: Spanish, the native language, and a combination of Spanish and the native language. And there's an entire area where all they speak is the combination language. That's the dominant language, this new language that came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I get you.
It's so cool.
I mean, the world can be cool underneath everything else.
Yeah, underneath all the
humans.
Humans are the best part, Aaron.
I don't actually believe it. I make jokes about it because I really hate people who are actually into nihilism and self-hate.
Aaron, I think you're hating people who hate. I think that's called
a hate train.
I think that's called what?
A hate train.
It's a circle of hate, Aaron. If you just stop hating them,
all aboard the hate train.
Yeah, the hate train.
Anyways, yes, this is like I said, this is a minor bit of news, but I think it's very much
like 15, right?
What?
That's a minor bit of news.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus, that's the second time you've used that today.
And it works every time.
God. Anyways, I feel it's important to talk about, just because more people are coming to the conclusion that they need to unionize if they want to actually get something out of these companies. So that's that. So moving on to our next bit of news. This is another small one that's more like, this is actually kind of more interesting because it's to do with essentially Blizzard kind of breaking French law to a degree.
Oh.
I'm not sure if they did it by accident or not. Basically, the former Blizzard Versailles branch of Blizzard was made redundant back in 2020. They basically the entire branch was made completely redundant, and then they let everybody go. So, it was made redundant and then move that preceded the studio's closure. So they made the studio redundant and then they closed the entire studio down. The affected the people, part of that studio's, the part of the studio, Blizzard Versailles, began a legal battle with the company. Now staff that were made redundant. So they began a legal battle with Blizzard and have won the legal battle. As reported by French outlet Game Cult via Game Industry Biz, an appeal court has invalidated the redundancies that led to the closure of the branch in 2020. As such, those looking to seek further legal actions will now potentially be entitled to further compensations equivalent to a minimum of 6 months of salary. So,
okay, that's good.
Itself, it does not mean for. Yeah. So even though they won this case and like are getting compensation out of it, they are not getting their jobs back.
Well, that's fine. No,
there's a quote from, who's this quote from? That's there's a quote from, so Madi Buswada, the lawyer handling this case. His quote says, "That's the hypocrisy of this law voted in 2013. You can discipline the administration and behind it the company, but for not handling things properly, but instead of drawing the necessary consequences and prevent the reorganization, and in this case the closure, things can just follow their course in the meantime," explained Medai Buzida, I think is how you pronounce that, the lawyer handling this case. What this means in concrete terms is that as soon as the administration validated the redundancy plan, the company sent this dismissal letter in the following days. In other words, people got dismissed, and a few months later, a decision like this, like the one we have today, is reached. But the law at that moment won't force the company to reintegrate the former employees, so only compensations are planned. So, yeah. So basically, yeah. So I mean, that was the lawyer. That was the lawyer's quote. But so basically, to put it simply and sort of repeat myself, Versailles gets made redundant. The studio closes. They fight a legal battle to get compensation for the sudden action, win the battle, and are getting compensation and money from Blizzard. But the lawyer in question, who was a part of this case, doesn't really enjoy the fact that this happened at all. He's basically saying, I don't like that this law, the voted law in 2013 happened, and that the only way to he doesn't like the fact that the people aren't getting their jobs back or stuff like that. So, I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. And it's like, I completely understand Blizzard's view in this, at least. Like, it is kind of unfortunate that, these people had their jobs and they were essentially just like kicked to the curb without much notice at all. And it is cool that they're getting their, it is good that they're getting some kind of compensation out of this, but it's also like, I understand why Blizzard wouldn't want them back, because it's like they made the department redundant, so clearly they don't want these people in their hire anyways. You know what I mean? It's like, I understand why they weren't getting their jobs back, because like they don't have, even if they hired them back, they probably don't even have positions for them to fill.
Yeah.
So, it's a bit of a dual-sided sword. And, it is what it is. I guess I'm just happy.
What?
Sword.
We're talking
Shut
about
up!
Swords.
Shut up with your swords.
Sword. Long swords, short swords. Everyone should have a sword.
Get out of here with your freaking swords.
Yeah. Freaking sword.
Yes. So yeah. Like I said, it's not that big of news, but it's like, hey, small win for at least somebody. Happy stuff there.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next bit of news. Oh boy. Let's see. Sure. This one's another short one, kind of. So Activision Blizzard's stockholders have overwhelmingly voted in favor of Microsoft's proposed $70 billion acquisition of the publisher, with 98% of shares approving the transaction. Not that big of a surprise, considering, stockholders. But, it's not that big of a surprise. There's so at the very least, all the stockholders are very much in agreement that this deal should go through, even if the Federal Trade Commission is still determining if the deal constitutes unfair, or is still, if the deal should go through.
Okay.
It also goes up, the article goes on to recite certain things that we already know, if the deal goes through, the acquisition has until June of next year to close, whereupon Microsoft will welcome some of the industry's most recognizable franchises into its fold, all of the stuff that Activision has under their belt, like Call of Duty, Warcraft, Overwatch, and Candy Crush, because Activision Activision owned the Candy Crush developer King. So
okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had a lot of stuff going on. It's a wonder why they toppled over. Whether the yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. It's more or less. It's kind of just going through that. That's the main front of the article. There's some other stuff in regards to other other people being uncertain of the deal, or there's some people believing that it might not actually go through because of some other some antitrust investigators. Ow, what did I do? I hurt myself somehow. Oh. Magic. Sorry, I'm being boring in this regard, but that's just kind of the main front of the article. It's just coming to the conclusions. It's hey, these stockholders that like money have decided that more money is applicable. Because it makes sense for the stockholders to want this transaction to happen, because they're just they're just basically cashing out at this point, and that's kind of the main, like I said, it's kind of the main front of the article. It's really all there is. Yeah, I mean, if you're more interested in what it has to say about other things, you can go look at it. It's just it basically is just in reference to other things that we've already talked about. So yeah, that's about it for that. The reason I said oh boy before is because I thought that was one of the big boy articles I have for today. So yeah, next up on the agenda is Sony has hired a new, what do they call it? A new games preservation engineer.
Ooh.
So Sony has hired a games preservation engineer, and he himself has clarified what his job entails at Sony. So Garrett Fredley announced his role as senior build engineer in PlayStation's newly created preservation team. So here are some quotes from him. For anyone asking what games preservation is, what I do, I did a GDC talk a few years ago on what subject I worked in EA. My work is similar, although larger in scope. So he worked previously at EA as a games preservation engineer. The brunt of his work is essentially making sure that not necessarily the base code, but the designs and infrastructure for games can continue to exist well into the future. So it's like maybe not the original code is preserved, but the ideas and designs and like, what was the exact wording? Yeah, storing the tools, data, documentation, servers, clients, and compilers necessary to recreate a game from scratch. So basically, even if like the original code and whatnot is not necessarily saved, his job is to save all of the tools that exist in order to recreate that from scratch.
Okay. And
he says the game's preservation process is a process where games can still be brought back and played after 100 years of storage. So it's kind of a semi-big goal, all things considered.
Yeah.
So I suppose so. Like I said, it's not just about putting raw code in a storage. It's about making sure the tools that were used to create it and can recreate it from scratch are saved and preserved. He continues by discussing the benefits of preservation, such as allowing future developers to produce patches and updates should a security vulnerability be discovered. Of course, it also allows for a possibility of game remakes and remasters. He also he made a post on Twitter kind of vaguely announcing what he said, and he ends it with TB on whether I'll have much of a role to play personally in my simulation work, although I share what I can come if it comes up. It's only my second day. So yeah, this now that I've gotten through that, I feel like this is kind of not unprecedented per se, but Sony has made it very well known that they don't really care about their backlog or preservation all that much. I say Sony, specifically Phil Spencer, their head, the CEO, has kind of said and gone on record saying that they don't really focus on games preservation and like storage and stuff like that. But it appears he either changed his mind or he's just like unions and flips a coin every day to decide what his opinion's going to be. Wouldn't surprise me. Wait. Oh, fuck. Did I say the wrong name?
Uh-oh.
I said Phil Spencer. I think it's actually Andrew Wilson is the CEO of Sony at the moment. Sorry if I misspoke there. Oh, fuck. I was wrong both times. God damn it. Oh, well. It's Jim Ryan. I should know this. I've talked about him before.
Wow. Those are very different names, Aaron.
Yeah, sorry. There's a lot of names in my head. To be fair, both of those people I named are CEOs of game companies.
Okay.
I just have a lot of names in my head. So yes, Jim Ryan specifically, sorry, has gone on record for the things I stated, not Phil Spencer or Andrew Wilson, neither of those people. So yeah, it's sorry, I lost my train of thought. It is, I would say it is kind of unprecedented to say that, the fact that Sony is going this hard into trying to preserve their stuff. It's interesting. And like I'm all for it, I suppose, because I feel like a part of me a part of my like not ideology but my want is very much contradictive to a degree, because it's like I want things to be saved and I like physical copies of things, and like what his supposed goals are I think are very appropriate and very nice, but I also like I know that preservation is really hard because time erodes all things. So eventually things will just not be playable anymore because they have, stop working after like a set, their half-life is up. But it's like So it makes sense for to do everything digitally and keep all the tools safe and preserve them. It's like, I don't know. It's the want to keep things physical, but also realizing that physical things can be destroyed. Like my game collection, all my physical game collection. It's all not really, it's gonna die. It's all gonna go away forever at some point.
You're assuming that entropy actually works the way you think entropy works.
Well, I know that Blu-rays, weirdly enough, actually have a shorter half-life than DVDs.
Oh.
I don't know why.
In 10 years, entropy decides to change? What if entropy changes its mind on how fast it decays things?
Yeah, definitely. No, it's just God. He's just making it faster.
Yeah, just hope that entropy changes its mind. That's what you should do.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why Blu-ray for some reason is like worse than DVDs in terms of like how long it lasts.
I don't know.
You would think Blu-ray would be better than DVDs, but they just aren't. They have more storage technically, but not by a lot. Like Blu-rays are really weird. Anyways. But yes, I'm quite excited to see this guy, get, work. Jesus Christ. I'm excited to see what the company has him doing. I'm excited to see where this venture goes. Because I very much am in to the idea of preservation, and I don't want things to die, necessarily, and I'd very much enjoy things to exist for quite a while, at least in terms of like gaming and stuff, because there's a lot of history that I feel like a lot of people just don't remember because all of it's on physical cartridges that nobody has anymore. Yeah. Anyways, but that's about it for this thing. I haven't been asking what your opinion is on any of these. Want to go through it real quick, or do you think you've said it?
My opinion?
Well, I haven't been asked. I've just been going through the articles, but I haven't asked, what do you think? Anything to say?
Oh. I think I've said it as we were going through them.
You probably have. You probably have. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Yeah, we can probably get through these last ones pretty quickly. Hopefully, it's basically just me ranting anyways. So we have 4 more pieces of news to go through. Next up is so I believe not last week, a while ago, we talked about Blizzard hiring a new where was it? So we talked about Blizzard hiring a equity and inclusion, equity and inclusion officer. That was last month, apparently. So a while ago, we talked about that. Microsoft, not Microsoft, sorry. And they have again recently just hired a Blizzard. Where is this? Hold on a second.
Okay.
sorry. I don't know what. I had it for a second, but I lost it. So they hired. What happened? What are you? Sorry, they hired
entertaining the audience.
They hired a vice president of culture. It's literally what they've hired a new vice president of culture, presumably to try and help mitigate the continued terrible things they've done. It's like, please help us. We hired an equity and inclusions officer, and now we have a culture. What was it? A vice president of culture. What her name is? Where was it? come on, man, where is her name at? Oh, here. Yeah, Blizzard has welcomed Jessica Martinez as its first vice president, head of culture. Martinez's arrival will mark part of Blizzard's ongoing initiative to create a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace culture where people at every level can learn, grow, and bring their most creative selves to their work, Blizzard says. Martinez adds, making the values of our connection show up in what we do is how we bring humanity back to business. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Just be good people. That'll also bring humanity
Sorry, did
back.
you hear that quote? Making the value of our connection show up in what we do is how we bring humanity back to business.
Yeah.
That isn't incorrect, but isn't that kind of just a little grand for her job?
Wait, making the values,
just be good people.
I'm not like I agree with what she's saying. I just feel like bring humanity back to business. Oh, I fucking misread it. God damn it. I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
She meant humanity, like the concept, not the fucking population. I'm an idiot.
I thought you just thought it sounded cheesy. No, yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm a fucking idiot. Yes, I agree with what she says, even if it's corporate speak. Martinez will be working on ensuring that there is better communication between Blizzard's franchises, as well as spearheading vital action plans to ensure Blizzard's values are reflected in its day-to-day operations and organizational design.
Better communication is always good.
Yeah, and there was a Twitter post that Blizzard sent out about her hiring, as well as a quote from her. When you create a people-first environment where teams feel safe, valued, and work together toward a shared purpose, everyone thrives. The employees, the players, and the business. As well, I will also say Martinez worked as chief of staff and key strategic advisor to both the chief security officer and chief technology and digital officer for Disney Parks and Resort prior to this. So she has an interesting job history, I suppose.
Disney Parks and Resorts.
Yeah. She was the chief security officer and chief technology and digital officer for Disney Parks and Resorts. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not saying she can't do the job she was hired for, but what
was she hired for again?
What?
What was she hired for again?
She was hired as...
What was she hired for again?
She was hired as a vice president of culture.
Ah, okay.
Vice president, head of culture. Business culture. I believe when they say culture, they literally mean like the culture of their work environment.
Probably.
Yeah, that is what they mean. It's a bit of a weird use of the word culture, I will admit, but it is what they mean. So yeah, it's probably gonna be good. Who knows? Maybe she'll be fired when Microsoft takes over. She probably won't be fired when that happens. But you know, yeah, that's I mean, basically Blizzard is just, sorry, not Blizzard, Activision Blizzard is just continuing hiring and making sure they have people to control the environment in which they have put themselves in. Because like I said before, they hired Kristen Hines, who was the Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer. And now they've hired Jessica Martinez as its first vice president, head of culture. So they are doing their damnedest to make sure they have people that are trying to make sure stuff like this doesn't happen again. Stuff like that has happened at Activision doesn't happen again. You know, I honestly don't know what they can do for the reputation of Activision Blizzard to this point. They're gonna have an uphill battle, but who knows? Maybe they'll come out on the other side successful. Yeah. And that is about it for this article. Moving on. Next one. Next piece of news. Jesus. Oh, come on. Now when we are, oh, there we go. My thing wasn't loading. I was about to complain about it and then it loaded. Okay, so and this is one of the bigger pieces of news that we have today. So Activision Blizzard has written to shareholders urging them to vote against a New York State proposal that it should publish. Fuck, I can't read.
What?
Sorry, I cannot read for shit. Let me try that again. So Activision is pushing or is encouraged. Activision doesn't want the deal to go through. Not the deal. Okay. Activision urges shareholders to vote against proposed annual harassment and discrimination report. So basically, Activision Blizzard had written to shareholders urging them to vote against a New York State proposal that it should publish an annual report detailing the effectiveness and outcomes of efforts to prevent abuse, harassment, and discrimination in its workplace. Similarly, it also wants shareholders to vote against a proposal to put an employee representative on its board. There we go. Jesus.
That's very strange.
Why is it strange?
It doesn't sound like capitalism at all. This sounds like powerful people helping themselves. That's communism. Very simply defined.
Yeah, very, very simply defined, obviously. So yes.
Okay. What are they trying to like? Are they doing the thing where it's like, well, we have to tell them that they need to vote against this so that because otherwise they'll lose money because didn't do so well?
Well, probably there is more to the article. So, but basically they don't. So as I'll just go through this point by point to a little bit. Just I won't read all of it. I'll just try and because I have to make sure I already misread the first paragraph like 3 times. I have to make sure I get this right. So as detailed in its latest shareholder filing, Activision Blizzard Board of Directors is unanimously recommending shareholders vote against enacting the annual report, which would include several proposed metrics. The total number of pending sexual abuse, harassment, or discrimination complaints the company is seeking to resolve through internal processes or litigation, details of the company's progress towards reducing the average time it takes to resolve sexual abuse, harassment, or discrimination complaints, the amount of money it has spent settling disputes related to sexual abuse, harassment, or discrimination, and finally, pay and hours worked consolidated data. So that is the report that the board of directors doesn't want to have to be put out. So the board of directors unanimously recommended shareholders vote against enacting this annual report. So that's fun. So also, while this kind of transparency might seem prudent given the shocking allegations that have surfaced in relation to Activision Blizzard's workplace practices over the last year, and given that the publisher remains embroiled in a number of lawsuits relating to those practices, including last July's State of California filing, in which the company, which called the company a breeding ground for harassment and discrimination against women. That is a big thing to be called, to be perfectly honest.
Breeding ground. Wow.
Yeah, literally a judge said that in the last July's State of California filing, which called the company a breeding ground for harassment and discrimination against women. Its board says it believes the proposal. So the board of directors says the board believes the proposal isn't in the best interests of the company or its shareholders. I wonder why. Of course it isn't. I wonder why it thinks that. It couldn't possibly be because they would have to, I don't know, admit to everything they've done.
Wow.
In recommendation to vote against the proposal, Activision Blizzard's board of directors, which noticeably stood by CEO Bobby Kotick following a damning report claiming he was aware of sexual misconduct within the company for years, insists that while it is deeply committed to preventing all forms of abuse, harassment, and discrimination and creating a safe and welcoming workplace for all members of our community, it believes that rather than directly diverting energy and resources toward creating yet another report, we should continue to directly respond to employee concerns. We don't need to get that silly report. We'll just talk to the employees personally. We don't need anybody to know.
One-on-one, corporation to person, it'll be a balanced exchange of
we don't need this silly report. It's just another report on top of the other ones we're doing. We don't need another one. We'll just talk to our employees directly. It's fine. Don't look at us like that. So it also insists that any such report would create a set of metrics that are simply not the best measures of how the company is responding to employee concerns. What is the best metric then? What is the best measure of how you're doing your goddamn job? Because if literal statistical metrics is not the right way, then what is? Please tell me. Please. Enlighten me. Activision Blizzard, enlighten me to what you want. So yeah, that's like the main part of this. That is like, we really don't want this report. We really don't want to have to fill out this report. That's the main part of this. The other part of this is that they also do not want an employee, or not an employee, but Activision Blizzard board unanimously recommend shareholders vote against a second proposal that it puts an employee representative selected by non-management employees on the board. So a non-management employee selected board member.
I mean, that just sounds like democracy, like actual functional democracy.
That's why they don't want it. That's why they really won't want the shareholders to say, please do this.
Oh my gosh.
This particular proposal submitted by the AFL-CIO suggests that including an employee representative on Activision's board will be particularly beneficial in light of recent allegations regarding sexual misconduct at the company, and will contribute to a needed refreshment of the board by adding an employee perspective on board deliberations. Here's what Activision has to say about that. Activision Blizzard's board believes otherwise, claiming that allowing the employees to select a director would make that person non-independent and would replace the careful judgment of the board as to the criteria that should be reflected in a director candidate pool.
They won't have the expertise, Aaron. I think I agree with this now. They won't have the expertise. They won't know what they're doing. They'll be in over their head.
Exactly. Fucking horrible. Providing
I know, it'd be horrible for them.
It would be horrible for them.
It'd be horrible for them. We should just not. We shouldn't even think about this again. Not even another thought to this.
Yeah, let's just. You know what, guys? It was good talking to you all. Bye-bye. Just ends the recording. Just like, no, not even taking another word at this. So here's another quote from Activision. Providing non-management employees with a dedicated position on the board, utilizing a different process for board representation or applying a different set of qualifications would adversely affect the role of the board in this process, it insists.
I mean, I gotta say, they're not wrong. It would adversely change the effect. It would totally change.
No, that is true. It definitely would
totally change the board's opinion.
Definitely would change. Definitely would. They are not technically incorrect. Also, one last thing. The shareholders, it is yet to be seen whether the shareholders have actually been swayed by the board's arguments. Both of the votes to whether or not these proposals will go through will happen on the 21st of June. The next annual meeting on the 21st of June. So we'll have to wait and see if the shareholders want to go through with this. And honestly, the board of directors seems pretty corrupt. I feel like they probably should go through with this if they want any money out of this deal at all. Because here's the thing. Until the deal is enclosed, they are until Microsoft's buyout is finalized, they are essentially shareholders of a rapidly sinking ship. Yeah. Because Activision is continuing a downward spiral even amid all this fucking stuff that's going on, which is actively ridiculous if you think about it. Like, wow. What is even happening anymore? How are they somehow continuing downwards? I don't understand. They should have hit the ground like a year ago, and yet they somehow managed to miss the ground and continue downwards. So I feel it's probably in the best. I don't like shareholders or stockholders. I think they have way too much sway and power when it comes to what game companies or corporations do in general. However, in this instance,
Aaron, they fund them.
Yes,
it's like saying I think the owner of the house has too much control over what the house does, what happens in the house.
I'm aware they fund them, but okay. I feel that they, generally speaking,
they are idiots, though. They are really dumb.
Decisions made by shareholders has on the has not been good decisions, generally speaking, for games or the companies.
Yes, decisions made by shareholders are like almost always stupid.
Yes, I feel that they also expect too much because they just want continued growth, which is physically impossible. But in this instance, I very much think that it is in the best interest of the shareholders to vote in favor of these proposals if they want this sinking ship to be patched up in the slightest before it gets bought by Microsoft. Because, I mean, when Microsoft eventually buys or gets, the proposed deal goes through, they have two choices when it comes to what they're going to do with the company. The first choice is to kind of leave it to its own devices because of how big it was. And, like we own you and we're acting, we're like managing you, but we'll leave you to your own stuff. Kind of like how Blizzard, even though it's owned by Activision, is kind of its own thing, Okay. The second option they have is to take full control over it and completely clear out everybody in the top brass, just to make sure that what they are getting is not roach infested. It's kind of like when you buy a used fridge, you gotta make sure you clean it out just in case there are roaches in it. You don't want an infestation.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a very overly dramatic way of putting it, but you get the gist. Because, like, I honestly don't, personally, I'm very much of the opinion that Microsoft should probably do a mass firing of a lot of the people with Activision just to make sure that at something like this can never happen again. Because, like, if they leave even one of the original board members or higher ups in charge to any degree, they're going to get massive shit for it. Like, they bought a bomb, and the only way to defuse the bomb is to make sure people don't know it's activated. So yeah, bit of a weird example, but you get the point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, nobody at Activision is remotely listening to this, but you know, if you do what I say, I guarantee it'll be definitely a good idea. I don't know what I'm talking. Anyways, yeah. So
guy on the internet says this. Believe him.
Believe me. Come on, believe me. I definitely have a degree in business and law school, all that stuff. I'm a great guy.
Business. You have a degree in business law school?
Yeah, business law school. You know, the place where you go to get business.
I don't think anyone calls it business law school.
No, they definitely don't. So yeah, that's all from this piece of news.
Okay.
I just, like, I don't have much else to say about it since we kind of joked and went along about this point by point, but it is genuinely amazing how much Activision Blizzard really, really doesn't want to take responsibility for their actions. It is genuinely hilarious in a way. It's like sad, but also hilarious. You know? It's like, it's cartoonishly ridiculous. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
Continue. Or were you going to say anything else?
Funny.
Yeah. It is just ridiculous. Yeah. So next bit of news. Matthew, you haven't talked at all, but I presume that's just because you don't say anything. You're like Teller in the duo Penn and Teller. You aren't actually mute, but you don't say anything. Anyways, this will be the second to last piece of news we do today. And goddamn, I think this is going to be the longest podcast we have ever done. Sorry about the 4-hour, maybe 4.5-hour episode.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ.
I didn't see that.
We went on a few tangents.
Oh my gosh.
So I'll just run through this quickly because it's the majority of it is just referencing other things anyway. Basically a new lawsuit was filed by the city of New York. The New York City's employees retirement system has alleged Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick had fast-tracked a takeover bid for Microsoft in order to escape liability for wrongdoing following a damning Wall Street Journal report claiming he'd known about sexual misconduct at the company for years, in quotes. And that's like the majority of it. Like that's kind of it. Like, it goes on to state like Activision has faced relentless stream of shocking allegations relating to its workplace culture since last July. It literally has been over a year since all this has fucking come out. The state of California lawsuit, calling it a breeding ground for harassment. Lawsuit. The Wall Street Journal published a report in November claiming Godwicott had been aware of the litigation's sexual treatment of female employees across many parts of the company for years, but failed to act on them or tell the board of directors and executives everything he knew. Basically, it's these claims specifically that relating to Kotick's behavior that formed the backbone of a new lawsuit filed by the New York City Employees Retirement System and Pension Funds, which owns Activision shares. The filing, as spotted by Axios, aims to secure documentation Activision has reportedly so far refused to release so that the plaintiff can carry out an investigation into the board's failure to maintain a safe and non-discriminatory working environment for its specifically minority and female employees, and failure to take action in response to repeated grave allegations of misconduct, discrimination, and harassment by Activision senior executives. So, I'm not entirely, even though I would love for this to happen and actually go through, just to see more Activision, just to see Activision, Blizzard, and Bobby Kotick get kicked in the face just a couple more times. I'm not entirely sure if this lawsuit has any legs to stand on per se, because of what it is specifically going after. Like, it's going after the idea that supposedly, you know, like they would have to, like, they need written documentation in order for this lawsuit to happen. At the moment, they really don't, and they're just going into it off the basis of, like, you know, supposedly Bobby Kotick knew about all of this stuff but didn't do anything about it. And supposedly they are accusing him of, you know, fast tracking the, you know, the Microsoft takeover so he can get out of liability claims for it. This is all kind of like, it's not, you know, it's like maybe that's the case, but there isn't, like I said, they would need actual documented evidence and documentation for the lawsuit to have any legs to stand on. So I'm not entirely sure if it will happen or not. Like they would have to prove that, you know, what they're saying, like they have to prove what they're saying is true, what they're going after, but they can't because they need documentation. And like, companies keep weird documentation, but I'm not sure if any documentation about the things they are going after specifically exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be, you know, it's hard to prove that kind of thing in court. So yeah, that's the majority of it. The rest of it is just kind of like going over more stuff in repeatance to other things we've talked about, and going into more detail about, like, or not more detail, but like, you know, the stating in excess of what they need in order to actually go forward with what they're trying to do. So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have anything else to say about it. I mean, you know, it is what it is, legally speaking. Like, they have to have legal proof of any kind, and I don't know if they're gonna get it.
Yeah,
because it might not even exist. But yeah, that's about it for that. Last bit of news for today. Thank goodness. Not that I don't enjoy this, but holy crap, we've been going for a while. Square Enix has recently sold off its Western studio and over 50 intellectual properties to Embracer Group for just $300 million, which is kind of a small amount considering what they are actually selling, if you think about it, because the sale is which is set to go through by September this year, means Embracer owns Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal, as well as IPs including Tomb Raider, Deus Ex Thief, and Legacy of Kain. That also amounts to around 1,100 employees. So it's kind of like $300 million for all of that is like kind of a bargain.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of weird, especially when we consider the crazy high numbers of deals that have happened recently in the games industry. Like the $70 billion deal that Microsoft proposed to buy Activision, and also the somewhere in the same range that Sony did to buy Bungie. Like big publisher like deals have been going on. It's ridiculous. Already built. Yeah, there's also an already announced Tomb Raider 5 that's built on Unreal Engine 5. not new Tomb Raider, not Tomb Raider 5, new Tomb Raider that's in development, as well as other things. And Bracer said it sees an opportunity to invest in these franchises, as well as the additional acquired IPs such as Legacy of Kain, Thief, and their original franchises. The deal does not include games Square Enix publishes from external studios such as Life is Strange, Just Cause, and Outriders. Yeah. The article also brings up the 300 million figure being very low when you consider the context of Sony buying Bungie for $3.6 billion and Embracer themselves bought Gearbox for like 1.3 billion. So it is a surprisingly low amount for what they're getting. Still a lot of money, but like when you put it into context of the other big deals that have been happening, it's kind of weird.
I mean, I don't think most people can even envision, like I know for a fact I cannot envision what a billion looks like, a billion of anything. And this is like,
isn't it a 1 followed by like 12 zeros or something?
Yeah, no, 12? No, it's not 12.
Is it not?
9. It's 9.
Oh,
yeah,
it's 9. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a big number. It's a real big number.
That's 9.
Yeah, so it also states that Square Enix's Western studios have underperformed over numerous titles, with the company's biggest growth coming from Japan-made mobile phone games and MMOs, according to Ahmed. Square Enix had looked to sell the Western studios for a while. So maybe that explains the semi-cheap price that they got it for.
They were the seller?
What?
They were trying to sell rather than...
I guess they were looking for somebody to buy the studios, which I suppose does kind of explain the low price, but even then it's ridiculous. But on top of that, I suppose this kind of does bring up Square Enix as a company, which is, they stated like majority of their income is coming from mobile phone games and MMOs, specifically from Japan-made mobile phone games and MMOs, which is like, that's fair, I suppose, but like it's a little weird that you're selling like literally 3 different studios just because they underperformed. You didn't even sell them for that large of an amount. I don't know. Bit of a weird thing to do, if you ask me.
Yeah.
This probably won't.
I don't have much to say.
Yeah, this probably won't come to bite them in the butt at any time, because honestly, a lot of Japanese game companies do a lot of weird shit like this. So it's possible that they are trying to invest in a different venture altogether, which is why they sold off a lot of their game IPs and such. It's also possible that they are just ever so slightly xenophobic. That's a bit of a big word to use, but I mean, like, they sold off specifically their Western studios. And that's all I'm saying. Like, they sold off specifically their 3 of their Western studios.
I remember when we were talking about this. The other day. They're not the other day. A few hours ago. It hasn't been that long. We were talking about how slavery. There wasn't exactly Eastern slavery, especially not the same way it was in the U.S.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it in this video somehow. Yeah. I don't know when. But
however, at the same time, if you look at the immigration laws in Japan and you look at the demographics of Japan and you look to see, and then you go to like other places in the world, like you look at the demographics of England. England is extremely multicultural. If you look at the demographics of like I don't know, France, even like just a lot of Europe and all over America. It's very multicultural, different cultures. Japan is very Japan.
Yeah,
very,
I will say at the very least, I will say at the very least for Japan that mostly the newer generation doesn't really care that much, and it's mostly just the older generation that's like that. And also a lot of the xenophobia comes from like very specific circumstances and not like a general hatred. That's where xenophobia
comes from, though.
Well, I mean, like a lot of people have a misconception about like racism in general and think that it just comes from
we didn't have a conflict from what?
Like a lot of people I feel like think racism just kind of comes from nowhere and it's just like, oh, you hate because different.
Okay. But yes, but they're stupid.
Yeah, but the reason I bring up Japan's xenophobia is because a lot of it is kind of from like bad experiences with the West, not just because they hate us,
which is
for
where
no reason
most other xenophobia comes from. I would hazard a guess.
I mean, probably, but that doesn't mean people understand that.
It's like the first law of thermodynamics is things have to come from a source of somewhere. Energy doesn't pop into existence from nothing.
Exactly. Things have to exist before they can be done anything with. So yeah the only reason I bring that up is just because some people don't get that. Some people don't get that, which is why I bring it up at all.
Okay.
Because yes, Japan is kind of xenophobic.
They're xenophobic, but they're not racist.
Well, I mean, I guess. All I'm saying, like, listen.
Well, Aaron, I'm just saying that because white, so they can't be racist.
Yes, exactly. Oh God, I don't even want to talk about that at all.
It's okay, Aaron. It's okay. The funny thing is, we are an Irish person and a Jewish person, two Jewish people. So we can talk about this because we don't have any cultural power because we've been historically.
You know, I'm fucking.
And you're Native American.
I am. Both of my grandparents have Native American heritage, and it's not even that many generations ago. I
know you're just so oppressed, Aaron.
I really am. I really
That's why you're not in the 1%. Your generation.
I have both of my grandparents have Native American.
Kept you.
Yeah, I am both from Cherokee and Choctaw tribes.
Oh, sweet.
And I believe it was my grandfather. It's my grandfather's great grandmother was the original. So it's not even like that many generations. Wow. I'm just white as fuck.
It's the Irish.
It really is. It really attached to me, which is really weird because my mom is like olive skin. She's not even like white. She's olive skin. So bit of a weird one there. It's the Polish too. It's the fucking Polish in me. I have a very strange, diverse background, but I'm white. Fucking ridiculous. Anyways, fucking, what was I gonna say? I got off topic because we were talking about stupid shit.
Aaron, our ancestors aren't stupid. Oh wait, probably they are now.
I meant
the ancestors have been dissolved.
I meant the racism thing. I wasn't talking about what I brought up.
Right.
That's
fair.
No, I mean, I never met them. Presumably they were nice people. I don't doubt that they were, considering my line currently, at the very least, you know. Anyways,
good people.
What the fuck I'm talking about anymore. The thing I wanted to bring up to us is like, I feel I wanted to talk about Square Enix specifically because a lot of Japanese game companies, for some reason, go down this road of like eventually cutting off a lot of their Western developments and then like secluding themselves to their Japan only stuff. And then at some point stop making games altogether and then just do something else entirely.
What?
The example would be Konami. So Konami, very famous games company. They made a lot of very famous and old school games like Metal Gear Solid, Contra, friggin' what else they have in adult? Like Konami Code, the old Konami Code. Like they have very famous back in the day and throughout a lot of the early 2000s.
Yeah.
They don't make games anymore. They make pachinko machines.
Pachinko machines?
Yes. They use their IPs to make pachinko machines. Okay. So there are Castlevania and Contra and Metal Gear Solid pachinko machines. That is what they are doing. They haven't released a game in quite a while. Okay. So all I'm saying, I don't think they're going to do this per se. It's just Japanese companies seem to do this from time to time when they get new directors that don't seem to understand why they're a games company, which is kind of why Konami went the way it did. Yeah. That's weird. Really all. What? What?
That's just weird.
What? That Konami makes pachinko machines?
Yeah, that they would pivot so hard.
It is really weird.
I guess it makes sense if you think of it as going for an area where they don't have as much competition. There's probably not as much competition, and they're bringing with them the weight of Castlevania. So,
I mean, I'd almost argue there's more competition in the pachinko machine market because of how big it is in Japan. Like, pachinko is something you only find in Japan.
Maybe the director just liked pachinko machines and knew more about them and went into that because he knew
that
more
is
about
entirely possible, considering I don't know, Konami has had a history of making weird, dumb decisions, even people coining the phrase "fuck Konami." Weird. Just because of all the weird, dumb shit they've done. Specifically, one person who did a lot of news on Konami coined the term "fuck Konami news." All the news that makes you go that makes you say "fuck Konami."
Okay.
That doesn't really have anything to do with what we were discussing, but like they have a history, but the fact that they pivoted so hard is genuinely very weird.
Yeah.
I very much agree with you on that in that regard. Yeah. Nobody even talks about Konami anymore because they physically aren't in the games market. The only thing that people want out of Konami is for them to sell their game IPs to somebody else. So somebody will actually do something with them. Yeah. And yeah, and that's about it. That we have reached the end of the news. Hooray! 8 hours later. Woo! I apologize for how long this one was, but I guess we really wanted to talk about stuff today. What?
Cat.
Oh, for those of you who can't see at home, a cat has gotten on top of a set of cabinets.
Oh, whoa.
And these are old school cabinets that are attached to the wall that have spaces above them, and it's above the sink.
My hand's actually pointing at like a wall right now. So that I can point at the cat on camera.
Yeah, I know how that works. I know how camera perspectives work, Matthew.
You do?
Yes, I do. It's weird, but I do. Like, look, sure? I'm in front of something.
No, you're not. It's behind you.
Am I pointing at me or something else?
The other thing is behind you.
All right, we are delirious.
All right,
You've been podcasting too hard.
Podcasting too hard. I don't know what's going on anymore. Anyways, anything else to add before we just fucking end this thing?
No.
Okay, cool. Shameless self-promotion, the part of the show where we promote ourselves shamelessly.
Oh, yeah.
Matthew, what do you have to promote?
Depending on how you define coming up, it could be in the next like 2 or 3 months. It depends on how long I figure out how production.
That's soon for you.
Yes. I'm almost done with with a strip of a first episode of The Thing. I just need to get all the other stuff.
Thank you for being so specific.
It's called Explorers of the Forgotten. It's based on a D&D game that happens.
Are you talking about your Wednesday one, Tuesday one?
Yes, the Tuesday one.
Okay. Because you have that other D&D campaign footage that you need to do something with.
I'm gonna write a manga. Probably.
You could just post it all unedited and it would be just the same. Like, if you really don't want to edit any of it, then just fucking post it somewhere. Even if there are like 40-minute tangents that have nothing in them. Because that happens sometimes.
Manga.
Whatever. Just keep doing what you're doing. Continue.
You mean not doing anything?
Keep promoting yourself so we can move on.
Anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm doing currently. And I'm also writing the game system, but that's going to take longer than 3 months probably because a lot of words.
Yeah, a lot of words.
And then play testing and then all of that stuff. All of it will take a little while.
Uh-huh.
That's just how game development goes. So, I mean, any type of production.
No kidding.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But yeah, the Explorers the Forgotten thing will happen a lot faster because I can actually find stuff for that faster. I have access to all the sound effects already. I have music picked out for large portions.
Uh-huh.
Already. I did that as I was writing it. And there are very few characters in the first episode, so I don't need many voice actors. That's going to be a struggle later on.
Well, good luck with that, I suppose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
I could technically make a Minecraft.
Good to know. Devin, shamelessly promote yourself.
All right. Well, I make comedy sketches over on Mr. Wolf.
Oh yeah, you and I need to record one of those.
Yeah, we do. And I also make I'm going to be doing street interview stuff once I can figure out how to get a camera person to hold my camera.
Once you get a cameraman.
Yeah, well, yeah, a cameraman. The thing is, I'm actually kind of hypocritical about this because camera person, I use camera person, and I think I've used camera person most of my life because cameraman sounds weird because it's still the word man, whereas chairman, it changes it to min, not man. No one ever says chairman.
Garbage
say
man?
Chairman.
No, yeah,
garbage man.
Chairman sounds
stupid. But the garbage men are actually men.
But that's the plural. Fuck off.
Yes, but with cameras, you're not going to have most of the camera people. Frick, it sounds horrible when you say cameraman.
Well,
no, if you
just pronounce everything like you're Ringo from the Beatles.
Well, no, here's the thing. Camera people, I'll argue this. Camera people actually are camera people. They're people who enjoy cameras. The chairman is not a chairperson who enjoys chairs. They're just a guy who is in charge of whatever
simplify it down to this?
Cameraman is a job description.
Cameraman is a job description, but camera person can work there where it doesn't really work with chairman.
It doesn't sound good though.
Camera person? Yeah, a camera person doesn't sound good.
It's a bit of a mouthful, to be perfectly honest. Also, I'm just gonna say, if you want to add the min suffix instead of man, just pronounce everything like you're Ringo from the Beatles.
Yeah.
And I
Captain.
say, why not just use the chair?
The chair.
Like vice chair, chair.
Hello, budub.
Oh.
People
Cuz.
started using that because it
Okay,
just sounds
listen.
better than either of them
Listen,
anyway.
guys. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
Fucking promote yourself.
All
No.
right. So you can also find my Minecraft videos on Bean the Builder, #good at playing Minecraft.
Uh-huh.
And I figured out how to get TikTok to work on my computer. And so I can upload to TikTok from my computer now.
Okay.
And so you can also find me at Bean the Official on TikTok, but don't use TikTok.
Don't use
go to
TikTok, but
YouTube.
you could find me on
Everything-
TikTok.
Anything that's on TikTok is on YouTube. Go to YouTube and watch them on YouTube. And I make short Minecraft
Why do I
videos.
have the feeling that you're going to
From my-
unintentionally start a TikTok trend and you're just going to hate yourself because of that?
No.
That would be
No.
hilarious, though.
No.
God, that
I mean,
would be
that
so
doesn't
funny.
seem like it wouldn't have. But also, why TikTok?
but also what?
Why? Why TikTok?
Because it exists and I can promote myself using it.
It's true, you can.
And more importantly, the videos I'm making are little tiny short videos that go right on TikTok.
Mhm.
Or the YouTube Shorts.
Or YouTube Shorts, which they are. You can also find some longer. I'm rearranging the way that I've done my stuff, so you'll be able to find longer, like essay videos on. So I've been reading an encyclopedia, which is going to have videos about me reading the encyclopedia and other stuff that's like intellectual, whereas Mr. Wolf will be more entertainment focused.
Okay.
And that's kind of it.
I see.
You
Any
can also find me on
videos
Being
coming
the
up?
Magic Guy. No,
Okay.
no,
All right, then.
no. I can't think of any videos that I have coming up right now. I'm too. I don't know. No.
Squiddly squapped.
Yeah. I'm too
All right,
squiggly.
cool.
We'll go with that.
And Twitters don't exist.
Twitters
because-
exist, but they are no. There's Mr. Wolf and also Being the Official on Twitter.
Don't follow them though, obviously.
Yeah, I don't do much on Twitter.
Not follow.
Yeah, follow them
Not
for
allowed to
nothing.
follow. It's illegal to follow them.
Wonder if there's such a thing as Twitter binging. If that's
You'll
a thing you
gain
should actually say.
Gansley bucks. If
What
you follow
do you
them.
Mm-hmm.
mean Twitter binging?
Just binging Twitter, using Twitter the same way you would use Netflix to binge it. I wonder if you can use the word binge for Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. You can use
mean,
the word binge.
Probably. I mean, yeah, you could definitely just go through shit tons of posts and do nothing else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other Canada related thing. Sorry, this is entirely off topic, but earlier we were talking about Canada and I meant to bring this up. This is like a very minor thing that I just noticed or whatever. The reason that Twitter reminded me is because that's where I saw it. Basically, Tim Hortons, the Canadian only food restaurant chain, has like a summer camp thing where one of the rules is that you need to be vaccinated in order to go there, and a bunch of people threw their fucking shit because of that.
Oh,
That's basically it.
Wait, what did I miss? I phased out for like 2 seconds.
Tim Hortons, the Canadian restaurant chain, has a summer camp where one of the requirements to be there is that you need to be vaccinated.
Okay.
And a bunch of fucking Canadian dumbasses threw their fucking shit and started a tag trending on Twitter that was cancel Tim Hortons.
But they start a petition.
No, I mean they probably did. Those never fucking work.
Twitter's hilarious.
They
Yeah,
might-
that was a minor thing that I wanted to bring up when we were talking about Canada earlier, but I forgot. So yeah, sorry. That's all from you then, Devin?
Yeah.
Cool. So what have I got coming up this week? You may be asking to yourself in that thick, big head of yours. that sentence didn't make sense, but fucking whatever.
No, they have a
Episodes
thick sword, Aaron.
It's thick with a K, okay? It's not thick with 2 C's. That's not even how you spell it. So get out of here.
Okay.
It's not how you spell thick. So God, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yes, the episodes will continue to be posted to YouTube and SoundCloud whenever they are recorded, which presumably they will continue to be recorded well into the future, hopefully every week instead of bi-weekly. Also, hopefully they won't be like 4.5 hours long going forward, but hey, maybe they will. I don't know. People like long form stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Other than that, I still have the difficulty related video on the table. It's not ready yet, but might be ready at some point in the future. I don't know. No concrete dates, though. If I'm adamant about it, maybe within the next like month or two. There's also Twitter, but I don't use it except to update when a new episode is released. So, that's about it. And yeah, I might have other things in the future. I don't know. I've been thinking about doing like general gaming videos because I have like the ability to do it, but I don't know. Maybe I won't.
I mean, you can never go wrong just starting and trying.
Yeah,
I built an audience off of an accident. Okay.
I'm definitely going to do a lot of gameplay recording when I talk about that difficulty thing, though, because I need to record footage for it. Yes. And yeah, that's about it. I'm a boring human being that doesn't do anything. That's the end of shameless self-promotion. Thank you all so much for watching this 4-hour long episode of the GTD podcast.
Yeah.
If you liked it, why don't you share it with your friends or enemies? Either or.
Tie your enemy down.
If you like it, share it with your
Put the podcast on.
If you
walk
like
away.
it, share it with your enemies. If you liked it, share it with your friends. If you didn't like it, share it with your enemies. If you didn't like it but kind of liked it, share it with your friends. Share it with your Twitter mutuals who are not friends but are people you talk to.
You could share it with a friend who then shares it with their friend, but their friend is you, and then you just keep going back and forth.
Yes.
And just play it in the background for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. If you don't share it with at least 5 people, you will be cursed.
Oh. With repeatedly hearing it in your head.
A giant orange peanut, a giant orange.
What?
A bit. The Lorax will come out of your computer screen and terrorize you.
No, the Norax will.
The Norax is a small yellow, small orange, furry creature that does not have a mustache but does have glorious red hair.
Nope, just a duplicate of you.
It's just a crumpled up version of me. Yes, I would definitely like that. It's just my head with arms and legs.
Yes. Wait.
Anyways, yeah, if you liked it, do all that stuff I just said. We don't need to go over it again. You can find everything. You can find everything we talked about in the description or the pinned comment below if you're on YouTube. Like there's a description on SoundCloud too. I specifically mean on YouTube when I'm referring to the pinned comment, because you cannot pin a comment on SoundCloud.
Okay.
Just to make that clear. Yeah, hope you all enjoyed, and see you next time. Jesus.
Yeah. Bye.